Motorsport for today's How to Watch. Hello everybody and welcome to. We're just about to get going with the first qualifying session, just about a minute away, and we can just see there everybody rushing to get some laps out, of course, because the rain is currently not there. The track
the cannot discount them here.
No, and as we see all the cars moving to the front of the pit lane now, as we're just about to get going with the first qualifying session, just about a minute away, and we can just see there everybody rushing to get some laps out, of course, because the rain is currently not there. The track is dry, so they're trying to get some laps in as quickly as possible before that rain potentially harm the session. And they want to make sure that they get some quick times in. We don't want to be caught out like Max Verstappen did with some red flags or otherwise in the session, which caused some problems to other drivers managing to actually get a decent lap in. So everyone rushing out there. The Red Bull, however, of Max Verstappen, not rushing out there, still in the pits there, not looking like he's in any hurry to get out. So a bit of a brave call from Red Bull, not sending him out straight away, but every other car seems to be making their way out onto the grid.
Well, I mean, Red Bull normally seem to have their radar tuned in quite well, not like the Aston Martins last weekend in Monaco when they sent Fernando Alonso out on brand new, I think it was hards, wasn't it, Mark? Instead of
they sent him out on mediums, yeah. They sent him out on mediums.
Sorry, mediums, yeah. Because that also helps in the wet.
And yet again, as
George
I always
Russell's saying it's spitting in the pit lane.
Russell always
Yes,
the first
you
one
do.
to note the weather. It says very light rain, so I think we'll try and get out there as quickly as possible. As we do have a green flag, and cars are making their way out, and we are led out by an AlphaTauri.
They are all out on dry tires at the moment, though. Everyone is out on a set of softs, trying to take advantage of the dry track while it is still there. It shouldn't be there for very long, of course, because it is spitting at the moment.
Yeah, and if you guys are joining us and you're looking for a way to watch this qualifying session, be sure to go and look at the description of the video. We do have a whole explanation on how you can watch this all for free and legally, of course, which is the best thing, of course, for all of you. So go check that out. And otherwise, whilst you're there, be sure to subscribe to the channel, like the video, and ask us some comments in the comments section as well. We'll be sure to go and read that and let us know your thoughts as Q1 gets underway.
Yes, the Red Bulls are now leaving their pit boxes and getting out on track, maybe just waiting so that they don't have to sit in the queue for too long and their tires get too cold. But now we do have quite a lot of the drivers making their way out on track.
And the cameras here panning to the green machine of Fernando Alonso. Can Fernando Alonso put in a blistering lap straight away so that he doesn't have to... Oh my word, we've got problems already.
Oh my word.
Already. And AlphaTauri has got... Yuki Tsunoda has done something.
Yes.
I think he's only gone to the gravel.
It looks like he had a big lockup. I did see I think his front left was a little bit bare in one spot. His front right, sorry, I can see it there as he's driving along.
Oh my word.
Let's watch the replay. Yeah, he just seemed to...
Almost.
That's a very weird place to lose it, carrying so much speed through the corner there. Maybe just losing it on the pickup of the throttle, but luckily not hitting into the wall and causing a red flag here.
No, and biggest thing that I noticed is the fact that the flat spots, of course, that are going to be caused on that tire. They're going to have to come straight into the pits, aren't they?
Oh yes, no, that tire is going straight into the bin. As George Russell is currently setting the first purple sector. Noting again, rain is on the way, I think. So he's clearly seeing some more droplets on his visor. He is very vocal, Mark, on the radio, quite often saying to the team when he sees any little droplets on his visor, when some other drivers might just leave it for a little bit longer.
And Russell now setting a first purple sector, a second purple sector, but his first sector's already been beaten by somebody. So yeah, we're going to see and follow these times very, very keenly.
Max Verstappen, I think, might be coming through the first sector.
Fastest middle sector at the moment, so that's also interesting to note so far.
Logan Sargent is notably still in the pits after his accident in FP3. I wonder if there's still some damage on that car that needs to be fixed.
Quite possibly, yeah.
He may have caused some damage to the gearbox during that crash, because he did hit his left rear quite hard on that barrier. The left rear, of course, is the axle that is connected to the gearbox, so that often breaks in a high-speed crash like he had there in turn 14. Hamilton is now coming across the line to put himself in P2, as Pierre Gasly also is now approaching the line. He takes the fastest lap with a 1:14.6. Lance Stroll comes across the line now and puts his car up into third. Finally, some pace for Stroll out on track. As Fernando Alonso is coming around that 13th corner, he only puts himself down in 6th
Yellow flag,
place.
sector 3. Let's see what that's from. Oh dear, it's an Alfa Romeo.
Oh,
It's a red flag being called. How can a red flag be called? Why is a red flag being called?
It's Valtteri Bottas, though. I thought it
apparently Alex Albon has brought out the red flag.
Hulkenberg is notably in P1 though with a 1:14.0.
And
the
Red
red
Bulls
flag
do not
though.
have a time yet. With a red flag, the Red Bulls do not have a time, and the red flag has been called in the session with 14 minutes left.
That's very, very interesting, Mark, because we may get some rain here near the end of this session. If they can't, luckily they have paused the clock, but if rain does fall down, it's going to be very difficult for those Red Bulls to get any further up. That will put them at quite a large risk. Ooh, Fernando Alonso with a big snap through the 14th corner, going through the gravel there a little bit, but luckily not taking his car into the barriers. We still don't have any footage of, did you say Alex Albon, Mark?
Well, that's what the commentators were saying. They're saying Alex Albon caused the red flag, but I don't see how he could have caused the red flag. Nick de Vries had a big spin there in the same place as Tsunoda as well, notably.
Very lucky to hold on to it. He also, though, destroyed his set of tyres. Valtteri Bottas just watching his spin now. I think it was a spin. Yeah, just running into some water there and then just losing the car.
Here's a replay of a Williams, so maybe this is the red flag. Alex Albon, yeah, indeed, he does beach the car in the
oh no, that's why.
Yeah.
That will be Alex Albon's qualifying over and done with, unfortunately. Unless he just kicks up. No, because he moves his car now. He's back out on track. So it may have been because he just kicked so much gravel onto the racing line that they need to clear that a little bit first. So everyone is back in the pits now. Hopefully they'll be able to clear all of that gravel quickly and get qualifying one back underway while there is still dry conditions out here. Red Bulls notably still have not posted a time. There has been times posted from 1st until 8th. First is Nico Hulkenberg with a 1:14.0. Second is Pierre Gasly with a 1:14.6. Esteban Ocon is in third for the second Alpine with a 1:14.8. Lance Stroll has put his car up into 4th with a 1:14.88. So Magnussen 5th, Hamilton 6th, George Russell 7th, and Alonso with that last spot, only putting himself in 8th because he did go off in the final corner. Max Verstappen though no time, Sergio Perez notably as well no time, and of course the rest of the grid there. Also the Ferraris, so there's quite a few people still at risk if we do get rain here.
Yeah, so everyone's back in the pits, and as everyone is just noting as well in the pit lane commentary as well, is that, I mean, do you not think that was still a bit early for a red flag? Do you not think that they could have just carried on?
It's difficult. I mean, there's a lot of gravel on the racing line, so I think that does need to be cleared, of course, because you can lose more cars like that, and it is quite close to the barriers there as well. So race control just saying car 27, Nico Hulkenberg's time has been deleted for track limits, so he has lost that first spot.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate there for Nico Hulkenberg. He's put in some very quick times in Spain so far, so hopefully he can get back up.
I did say at the end of FP3, you cannot discount those Hasses. They looked like they were really quick.
So the rain, just looking at the possible rain, looks to have somewhat passed. I don't know if the rain's going to come up from the south. Normally comes from the north and passes through the south. So we don't know if we're going to have rain in this session necessarily, but we could have rain very much in qualifying today.
So once that red flag is released and we go green here in Spain, we will have 14 minutes and 13 seconds left of qualifying one. So people will have 14 minutes to get themselves near the top of the timesheets. Otherwise, those bottom 5 will be cut from qualifying one.
Still under red flag conditions. Just looking here at Lance Stroll. Lance Stroll, as you say, currently sitting in third.
I like that the commentator said Lance Stroll pointless in the last 2 races. Yes, he has been rather pointless.
Yes, I quite enjoy that comment.
Just listen to what Lando Norris had to say.
Yeah, and rain is definitely starting to fall a bit. You've been seeing a camera here with some water.
Yeah, Lando Norris just noting some standing water around specific turns there on the track. Zhou Guanyu just saying it's very wet at turn 12 on his radio.
And race will resume, the qualifying will resume in 3 minutes' time.
Max being told to come to the weighbridge when he was coming back into the pits, as well as saying he needs to change his helmet. So possibly changing a visor to a lighter visor because it is quite dark out there in Catalonia.
Indeed, and I think they really want to get out there as quickly as possible because you can definitely see rain is starting to build a little bit towards the track.
Is there damage to Fernando Alonso's floor? There's some work going on. Yeah, there's some work going on to the front edge of his floor. It is such a sensitive area on the car. The floor is, I mean, we've seen on the Red Bull just how intricate it is. I mean, you can cause damage underneath the car as well as on the sides of the car. So, I mean, his little trip over the gravel may have caused some damage to his car, taking quite a few tenths out of his lap time.
Yeah, so we will restart in just under 2 minutes now. And is this going to be a problem for the Red Bulls? I think you can see the Haas's are currently removing tires from the car. So I'm intrigued by that.
Yes, very intriguing.
Taking the tires off.
Just watching why Hulkenberg's time had been deleted. It was so close. It was by a few centimeters over in, I think it's turn 8? Turn, I think 7 or 6. Yeah, I mean, it's very close, but unfortunately rules are rules, and his lap time has been deleted for that incident.
And they found a new set of tires for Hulkenberg to put on. I think there's just a little bit of, just wanted to maybe risk putting on new, fresh, soft tires onto his car. So yeah, it should all be good. But we now see everybody lining up to get going. 50 seconds until we restart the session. And yeah, there's a lot of cars currently building up. Of course, they want to get out there before the rain starts to infringe on their times. And this could be a problem if, of course, the times are slow, because the likes of those who weren't able to get time lapse in before the end, before the red flag, they could be very much in danger of dropping out.
Yes, I mean, Red Bulls may be able to put in a fast lap if they go out immediately. I don't see them in the queue. Actually, no, I do. I see the 2 Ferraris in the queue and the 2 Red Bulls, and then I think maybe an Aston Martin near the back end of the queue, maybe Lance Stroll. Charles Leclerc on the radio.
Yeah, the engineer
just being told there's a few drops.
So this could very much affect the session, I think, as the session does get restarted.
Yes, we now have green flags for Quali 1. That red flag has been removed. We have Valtteri Bottas at the end of the pit lane with Zhou Guanyu following, then the 2 Ferraris, the 2 Red Bulls, and then I think the 2 Alpines as well.
Yeah, so everyone who were there basically, wanted to try and get some times out now before rain starts affecting these laps. And yeah, rain could very much put a spanner in the works here.
Yes, it really could. Just watching those 2 Red Bulls now on their warm-up lap. Track looks dry enough at the moment, but near the end there is a few wet patches, and at least they will have been able to see that now. It is not it is raining, but very, very lightly. Still not having to go out on intermediate or wet tires, as Fernando Alonso is now leaving his pit box. Lots and lots of drivers getting out on track at the moment. It is getting very, very busy. There will be a huge queue at the end of turn 14. Hopefully we will not have any drivers infringing other people's laps.
And Fernando Alonso is now also making his way out of the pits.
It is currently drizzling. We can see it on a few of the cameras, but the track seems to be pretty dry and able to be raced on their soft tires at the moment.
The Alfa Romeos now are starting their fast times here, as well as the Ferraris. They're going to be having to put up with quite a bit of traffic, those Alfa Romeos, I think. So we'll see what happens here as Leclerc starts his fast lap.
Yes, Leclerc looking neat and tidy into turn 1, hitting that apex perfectly into 1, 2, and then sweeping right into turn 3. It's a very, very long right-hander that makes its way down a little straight. This is where Hamilton and Rosberg took each other out in 2017. He is currently 0.5 seconds down on the fastest posted time at the moment from Pierre Gasly. Sergio Perez is also on a very good lap at the moment, 0.2 seconds up, I think, on the fastest pace posted time. There is quite a lot of traffic though out on into turn 10, so hopefully we will not get too many people holding up other drivers' laps.
And Perez, they're still going slower than Gasly in Sector 2, I'm noting here, and the Ferrari is struggling to keep up with Gasly's pace, so maybe the track's not racing quite as quickly as it was just a little bit earlier.
Oh, that's so bad. Was that Esteban Ocon literally about to crash into Carlos Sainz? That is so dangerous. He was on the racing line there and almost caused a massive accident.
Max Verstappen looked like
I don't know if it was Esteban Ocon or Pierre Gasly there. I'll have to wait and see who that was, but that was just so dangerous.
And Verstappen does come across with a new fastest lap of the day, a 1:13.660. And Piastri goes second quickest. My word, hello. Here comes out of nowhere.
Very good time from...
right behind Verstappen, literally almost identical to Verstappen's time. Fantastic lap there.
Yellow flag in Sector 3. Who has...
We're all clear.
Okay, yes. Yuki Tsunoda has put himself now into 11th, as we do see an AlphaTauri moving very slowly. Nick de Vries had another moment into turn 12, it looks like, as Fernando Alonso comes through that section. As I talk about it, he snaps at that steering wheel, luckily keeping his car out on track, coming through turn 13 and 14. Now, to come across the finish line, he's luckily going neat and tidy through that zone where he went out earlier, puts himself into 6th position.
So some cars still without times on the track at the moment, and they're all sitting in the elimination zone at the moment as well. Noting De Vries being one of them, and I think Hulkenberg's another.
Just watching that moment that happened with Carlos Sainz and that Alpine, it's Gasly that he caught. Oh, he really does get held up quite a lot there. He's not going to be very impressed. Sainz saying he should get a penalty for that. I had to lift in the middle of a high-speed corner. I think Gasly will get a penalty for that. Unfortunately, he was right on the ground there. Watching this moment from De Vries, who's coming through turn 11. Who just had a massive snap of oversteer, completely lost the car and sent himself into the gravel.
Just watching that, I say, just both AlphaTauri have done that a couple of times now already.
There's a damp patch there, apparently, so that may be why. People just saying there in the comments, Piastri is a huge upgrade from Danny Rick. Yes, it seems like Oscar Piastri is able to do what Daniel Ricciardo was not able to do there at McLaren and outperform Lando Norris. Lando Norris currently all the way down in 17th. Not a great lap from him, Mark.
Yeah, not a great lap from Norris so far, but I wouldn't go so far as to say Piastri is a big upgrade on Daniel Ricciardo as of yet. Piastri has done very little this season to show that he is the right man for the job as of yet, but so far in the session, doing very well up there in second place. First time we've seen a bit of a decent lap from Piastri.
Well, maybe it's the... I mean, he's ahead of Hamilton at the moment. Hamilton has put himself right behind Piastri. I mean, he's 0.3 seconds off Max Verstappen. Piastri is only 0.031 seconds off of Max Verstappen's fastest time at the moment. That is brilliant from Piastri.
And notably, though, at Hamilton's lap, he had the fastest third sector there. So Mercedes putting some purple sectors in, which is good to see.
Yes, we have Sergio Perez finishing up a lap here. Not a great middle sector from him yet again. Let's see if he can improve himself. Having to lift up so much off the throttle in turn 14, he only puts himself into 13th place. What is wrong with Sergio Perez's car? It looks like he even has... No, I mean his tires look fine. I thought maybe he'd had a bit of a off in that middle sector, but still so far off of his teammate.
Yeah, Perez not really that safe right now in Q1. Obviously, just over 7 minutes left of the session.
Watching Nick de Vries go for another lap, attempted fastest lap for himself, making his way through turn 10, now turn 11, where he lost it last lap, going very, very gingerly into that turn 12 sector, making his way through neatly, though this time will he be able to improve on his fastest lap time and take over from his teammate, coming through turn 14 now and approaching that finish line. He puts himself up in 7th, so a much better lap time from Nick de Vries.
Yeah, Nick de Vries doing quite well there to put himself right up the grid, but of course, quite a few laps still to come for most of these drivers, as Leclerc has put in 2 personal bests, as Sainz has also put a personal best in Sector 1. So let's see how quickly Leclerc can get around here. He seems to be doing quite well on Perez's time at the moment. Hopefully, he can put himself right near the front, and he comes onto the main straight now. Let's see what he crosses over in, and oh dear, not out of the danger zone.
That's quite concerning for Charles Leclerc. He's got 6 minutes to get back into the pits and put on some new tires if he is not able to do it on these current tires. Carlos Sainz now coming through that final sector, approaching turn 14. Carlos Sainz only in 6th place at the moment. Where will this lap time put him? Does not. Well, a little bit better, puts him into 6th, but yeah, not improving his position at the moment.
No, the Fry's not looking very good at the moment. Leclerc especially, currently in the danger zone, as in like he's literally getting eliminated at the moment.
Yes, Charles Leclerc on the radio saying that there's something wrong with his rears at the moment. Ferrari saying that they will check it and come back to him. That does not sound great for Charles Leclerc at the moment.
No, not at all. So they need to sort that issue out very, very quickly. Just got 5 minutes left of the session, and we do not want to lose a Ferrari in Q1. So hopefully they sort that issue out as Russell comes over and puts himself up into 8th place.
A little bit off the pace of his teammates at the moment. We didn't expect Russell to be so far off the pace of Hamilton. He's been topping. No, Russell is not out at the moment. Someone asking at the moment if Russell is out. He is in 8th position, currently in the safe zone. Our current drivers at risk are Sergio Perez, notably in P16, Charles Leclerc as well in P17, Yuki Tsunoda in 18th.
And not only that, but he's been called in to go and weigh the car at the Ferrari, so just getting even more delayed here.
They do it very quickly, though, to be fair.
Yeah, but still wastes a lot of time. Oh dear. Yeah, just really struggling to get around that first turn there, Charles Leclerc.
No, I think this is him getting out of the way for traffic. Yeah, no, it was definitely for him to get out of the way of traffic. As we see, I think that is Sergio Perez going back out on track again.
So 4 minutes left of the session. Will we see any surprises in the elimination zone? Both Williams and Tsunoda currently in there, but so is Leclerc and Perez. So needing to go out and put a quicker time in those two. Otherwise, they will be eliminated from Q1. As we're now following control.
I was correct. It was Sergio Perez leaving the pits there. He will be going out to try and improve on his lap time, which only has him down in 16th at the moment. Our projected knockout time is a 1:14.3. That puts you around Nick de Vries up in 7th place. So there's still quite a lot of people at risk if that predicted time comes true. I mean, Oscar Piastri has certainly put himself quite high up there. Max Verstappen will come out and put another lap time in. Let's see if he's able to improve even further on that. But, I mean, Oscar Piastri is certainly safe. He doesn't need to get out there again.
No, indeed. Piastri putting a fantastic lap in Q1 there. Almost identical to Verstappen's. Very, very close to his time. So, a fantastic lap there for the Australian. And, yeah, you can relax a little bit, wait until Q2.
I mean, if he can carry on that until
Oh, Stroll, there we go.
Wow. Stroll. Still 0.1 seconds behind Max Verstappen at the moment, but certainly getting a lot closer at the moment.
As I said, Perez now starting his fast lap. Now he needs to get out of this elimination zone, so he cannot afford any mistakes. Otherwise, he's not going to have enough time to get back out there.
Yes, only 2 minutes and 27 seconds left of this session. There's quite a lot of people leaving the pits at the moment. Perez making his way through turn 1 and 2, neat and tidy, looking very, very strong through turn 3. Such a high-speed right-hand sweeping corner, approaching 280 kilometers an hour into turn 4. Currently 0.2 seconds up on his personal best. Coming into turn 5, the big hairpin here. Little bit of a correction on the entry there. Approaching now turn 7, very, very tricky left-hander that goes into a right-hander. There's quite a lot of traffic. Hopefully they all stay out of the way. They do make his way now through turn 9. Lifting a little bit to that right hand just to allow the car not to slide too much. 0.7 up on his personal best at the moment, making his way through turn 11, where we saw Nick de Vries losing that car. Turn 12, taking it very wide and then taking the apex late on, approaching that final corner. Turn 13 now, coming up towards that final long straight, lifting onto turn 14, then DRS wide open, lifting so much though still into turn 14, and puts himself in P14.
There's a race incident noting here involving Max Verstappen and Pierre Gasly is noted for impeding.
I wonder if Gasly impeded Max Verstappen or Verstappen impeded Gasly. That's very interesting, yes.
Leclerc starting a much better lap now, so let's just follow on him here. So he needs to get out of this danger zone, currently sitting in 17th.
Yes, Leclerc putting in a very good sector 1 at the moment. Alex Albon has now come across the line and put himself in P6 with the 114, as Alonso now comes across the line, still behind Oscar Gasly. Wow. Pierre Gasly puts himself in first with a 113.4, 0.14 seconds ahead of Max Verstappen's fastest time.
Magnussen gets up into 8th place as well. Leclerc coming around to the final sector. Tsunoda going very quickly. And Hulkenberg goes quickest once again, a 130.4. My word, fantastic. Leclerc comes around the main straight. How well is he going to get over? He pushes himself into 11th. It's not quite safe.
Charles Leclerc gets himself out of Q1.
Well, not so sure yet. There's lots of drivers still to cross the finish line, so he could drop very quickly. He's currently in 12th. Not the quickest time. And lots of time.
George Russell was the fastest sector 1, and very quick in the middle sector as well, as Ocon puts himself in P2 now.
And
Carlos Sainz is at risk though at the moment.
We could lose Leclerc. Leclerc's currently almost in the danger zone here. Norris coming over. Let's see how well he does. He goes straight into first. My word, Leclerc is going to be out of this race. Leclerc's out. Leclerc's out.
Charles Leclerc is currently out. Both Ferraris are out of Q1.
No, wait, Sainz is going to cross the line.
Hamilton is now across the line in P1.
Sainz stays. Sainz is still in.
Oh,
my word. Oh, my word. Sergio Perez now at big risk. He's already finished. If one person gets over quicker, it's Alonso still to finish. If Alonso goes, I don't know, not Alonso, but if the bottom 4 can
that was an absolutely insane quali 1 session. Wow. The current drivers knocked out of that session. Valtteri Bottas in P16, Kevin Magnussen in P17, Alex Albon P18, Charles Leclerc P19, and Logan Sargent P20. That is absolutely dismal from Charles Leclerc, currently on the radio saying we are out, right?
Perez almost very, very close to dropping too.
What a terrible qualifying session for Charles Leclerc. Just not putting in a fastest lap time at the end. Carlos Sainz, very, very lucky to get himself up into P4 there, right at the end. So currently we have our top 5 are Lewis Hamilton P1, Lando Norris P2, George Russell P3, Carlos Sainz in P4, Nico Hulkenberg in P5. Absolutely shocking though for Charles Leclerc. I mean, what is going on at Ferrari?
Yeah, I don't know. And what it just proves is that you cannot afford to stay in the pits there, because even Max Verstappen dropped all the way down into 9th, and we thought he was absolutely no problems whatsoever So, yeah, very important. That
Charles
every car
Leclerc
gets
had
up right
been
to the end
complaining
of the
about
session.
his rear though earlier on in the session. So maybe there is an issue on his car. Alex Albon just saying he doesn't necessarily know why he's where he is. So currently, yeah, a bit frustrated in that Williams garage. Hamilton though, certainly proving that he is still as fast as he was in his winning seasons. I mean, this is his second season now without winning a race. So Lewis Hamilton certainly still very, very eager to prove his worth in Formula One, as he does certainly deserve.
Yeah, Hamilton going around very, very quickly there in Q1. Hopefully he can keep up that form into Q2 and Q3. But yeah, just major news. Charles Leclerc knocked out in Q1. My word, lots of work for Ferrari to do tomorrow.
Yes, that is. I mean, I'm in such shock. I can just imagine Matty, like, Matty from WTF1 is going to be absolutely livid. Max Verstappen, notably, also only all the way down in P9. Just watching his fastest lap now, he did get impeded by Pierre Gasly. Just completely ruined his hot lap. This is the second incident now from Pierre Gasly this session. He should be given a penalty. That is, yeah, terrible from Pierre Gasly.
Pierre Gasly is certainly going to be in trouble, I think. And I wonder if they'll give him any penalties going into the race, or maybe even just during qualifying right now.
Looks like there is some work going on to the floor of Fernando Alonso's car, so he definitely caused some damage to it when he went over the curbs and into the gravel earlier on in Q1. There is about like 6 mechanics currently working on the bottom of the car. As we do see a replay of that moment that he had. Let's see, do we see some bits falling off that car? I did see some people saying in the comments, yes, you can see just little flecks of carbon. They are working on the front leading edge of that floor, as well as the sides of the floor. So it certainly has caused himself quite a bit of damage there.
Yeah, and that's not going to do him any favors going into Q2, so they need to get that fixed as soon as possible so it doesn't impede his time, as Fernando Alonso, of course.
Yes, it will be causing him to lose quite a few tenths, so he will be wanting to get that fixed very quickly. Unfortunately, they will not be able to change the floor right now. They'll be able to change the floor before the race tomorrow, but they will not be able to change the floor at the moment, as it does take quite a lot of time.
I mean, I just can't believe Charles Leclerc and Ferrari. I really can't.
There's a lot of work happening on Lando Norris's car as well. I mean, these McLarens seem to be very, very fast here this weekend. Could the McLarens have made some major upgrades coming into this race?
I mean, maybe. Maybe they've suddenly come out of nowhere. They did have bring upgrades, of course.
Yes. I mean, I'm certainly very impressed with them. I mean, them and the Mercedes have really found quite a lot of pace at the moment. We'll have to wait and see what the Red Bulls can pull out. They did not have the most optimal Quali 1 session, so we'll have to wait and see what happens in Q2.
Which gets going in just 90 seconds. So cars are going to start making their way out to the front of the pit box so they can pit lane rather, so they can get out there as quickly as possible.
Max Verstappen currently sitting in his car, just waiting for this quali session to get underway. Is he at the end of the pit lane at the moment? I think he is.
Yes, he is. He's waiting very calmly at the end of the pit lane.
He's got quite a lot of time, but he does not want to be held up at all. Is he first in the line? I think he may be.
It's quite interesting because I don't see too many other cars that have made their way out.
I think he just doesn't want to be caught out again. He's learned too many times in Monaco, as well as other tracks. You just need to go out and get your lap done very quickly. Just get the work done, and then you can sit and wait for a little bit at least, and then you know you've got that banker lap in.
And again, if you guys are joining us, be sure to let us know in the comments, how surprised are you that Charles Leclerc has not made it through to Q2? I cannot believe it.
Yes, certainly a very, very big shocker that Charles Leclerc is only all the way down in P19. Fernando Alonso also uh, noting that noting that impediment from Gasly on Max Verstappen. Alonso noting it, saying on the radio, big impeding on the Alpine on the outlap to Verstappen, massive one. I mean, into turn 4, that would be 3 places. Yeah. Certainly himself, a big friend of Max Verstappen's, will not be very impressed with Pierre Gasly. Max Verstappen now gets out on track as Quali 2 is now underway. Let us know in the comments who you think will be dropped out from this qualifying session. Also do vote in our poll that we have running at the moment. It is currently who will top the qualifying session. Max Verstappen is currently leading this poll with 58%, to him 4% only going to Sergio Perez. Not a lot of confidence in him. Fernando Alonso 14% saying that he will take pole here in Spain at his home race. Lewis Hamilton then taking 24%. Lots of crying faces in the comments for Charles Leclerc. Certainly very disappointing for him here in Spain.
Yeah, and Q2 is underway, everybody. Q2 is underway. And we do have 3 cars out on track currently. Sainz, Verstappen, and Perez.
There is just so much support here for Fernando Alonso and Carlos Sainz at this track. I mean, it is their home race, so we did expect there to be quite a lot of support for them. But there's such a massive wave of green, really, in the fans here.
Yeah, I mean, it's as I say, it was incredible. I was watching FP3 with the crowd that was building there, and how green it was.
Max Verstappen now approaching turn 13 on his outlap. He will be pushing now. He does start pushing to start his first fast lap of Quali 2. He lifts there into turn 14, but now DRS wide open, approaching that start-finish line. He now starts his first lap of Quali 2. Let's see how this lap gets put together for Max Verstappen. Does he go nice and well into turn 1? Yes, he does. Hitting that apex perfectly now into turn 2. Getting so close to the line there, but still keeping it very, very neatly out on track. Approaching that first sector marker, takes the first fastest sector at the moment with, I don't know what that sector time is. Unfortunately, they are not showing it, but looking very fast there out on track. Approaching turn 5. Sergio Perez not able to match that fastest time at the moment from Max Verstappen in sector 1.
No, Max Verstappen now coming towards that DRS straight before he gets to the end of sector 2. DRS wide open. Let's see what sort of time he can push in as he comes to the end of it. We've seen 51s from him all weekend. A sub 51 there from Verstappen. So quite a good time into sector 2 there, and sector 3 coming up now, of course. But of course, as some of the people have said in the comments, track evolution is a thing, and hopefully we'll see that get beaten throughout this session.
Yes, Max Verstappen now coming through turn 14, the final corner on the circuit. DRS wide open, coming quite far over onto the curves there, but he does put himself over the line with the first sub 113 of the weekend, a 112.7. A very, very fast lap time from Max Verstappen.
Yeah, and still interestingly, most cars are still in the pits. Only 4 cars are.
Sergio Perez, sorry, Mark. Sergio Perez only a 113.6 here.
Not quite quick enough there for Sergio Perez, and he was in danger of dropping in Q1, so maybe he's not quite finding his rhythm right now today.
No, I mean, he is very, very far off the pace of Max Verstappen. That's about 0.9 seconds at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite a lot. Let's put it this way.
Yes.
Sainz fastest the time, still slower than Perez as well, 113.79. So Sainz not putting in a particularly.
It looks like that 113.6 mark is still the benchmark at the moment. We do have 3,000 people though currently watching alongside with us. Thank you very much for joining. Please do comment in the comment section where you are joining from, who you are rooting for in qualifying here today. As well as please do like and subscribe to the channel. It is great to have all of you watching alongside with us. We have 10 minutes and 50 seconds left to go of qualifying 2. Our current top 3 are Max Verstappen with a 112.7, the fastest lap time we have seen this entire race weekend. We are currently in Q2 for that person who has just joined. Sergio Perez then in second place with a 1:13.6, still very, very far off the pace of Max Verstappen. Carlos Sainz, sorry, in P3 with a 1:13.7. And then we still are waiting for other lap times to be put out at the moment.
Yeah, and just a reminder to all of those joining us late a little bit here, Leclerc is out. Massive news, Leclerc is out of qualifying, all the way down in 19th place. We'll start right at the back of the grid tomorrow, so lots of work ahead for the Ferrari. As Russell now starts his fast lap in Q2.
Okay, that does make some sense. Now, we are hearing that Sergio Perez and Carlos Sainz have put in their lap times on used soft tires. Max Verstappen putting his fastest lap time on a set of new soft tires. That does make a lot more sense now why there is such a massive gap. I was quite surprised that we did have such a huge gap between P1 and 2 there. Lewis Hamilton currently on hot lap. Hamilton putting in their fastest first sector on, I think, also a new set of tires at the moment.
Mercedes so far starting to show that its upgrades might well be working, everybody, because Hamilton topped Q1 and could he potentially do the same thing in Q2 yet?
Let's see what he can do now. Oh, he had a bit of a moment there. Russell had a moment into turn 12. Just waiting for Lewis Hamilton to finish up that lap. Russell coming now through turn 14.
And Alonso's now
DRS wide open. Where does he put himself? Russell goes P2 with a 1:13.447.
And just a few people in the comments are asking, Rita, you're from South Africa. Yes, indeed, we are both of us from South Africa. So welcome everybody to the stream, and would love to know where the rest of you are still from, and do keep letting us know as well. Seeing quite a few people telling us where they were watching, which is fantastic to see. Seeing a few from Pakistan as well, and otherwise.
Fernando Alonso is now coming around the penultimate corner of this track. DRS wide open, and he puts himself in P2 with a 1:13.2, so quite far off the pace of Max Verstappen. Is that Lewis Hamilton starting in the hot lap? Yes, it is. We now have Lando Norris coming across the start-finish line to start, or actually to finish a lap for himself, only putting himself in P9.
So Verstappen still with the quickest time in the session, quite some distance as well, I note. So yeah, lots of work for the rest of the grid to do. Hamilton puts another purple sector in Sector 1, doing fantastic.
Hamilton is going through Sector 1 at the moment, 0.3 up on any other lap time in Sector 1 at the moment. That is incredible from Lewis Hamilton in that Mercedes with those new upgrades. Could they have really just found a handful of time here and not decided to show us until this qualifying session? They certainly seem to be putting it all out there at the moment. As he does approach the middle sector, he is not as fast in the middle sector, but still very, very far up on his current fastest time.
Seeing a whole lot of people saying that where they're from, like Vietnam, watching from England, fantastic. All you have you watching from South Africa, some fellow people here. Hamilton coming now into the final sector. Let's see how quickly.
Oh, he really goes deep on that floor. I see a little bit of damage there, but he also now breaks the 1:13 mark, but ever so slightly with a 1:12.999. That is incredible from Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah, so some fantastic times being put in from Hamilton so far in the session and in qualifying so far today. So hopefully he can keep that up, keep the momentum going.
Just watching him come here into turn 14, he really does cause a little damage on his car. Those curves are just so aggressive, and you can see it just kicking up a lot of carbon there from underneath his floor, just bottoming out actually over those curves. I can see.
And I wonder what would have happened with Hamilton's lap there if he didn't hit that floor so hard there, because I think he might well have managed to
just watching a replay from George Russell. Sorry, Mark. Just really struggling there in the car, having a massive hand of oversteer. Sean there in the comment section saying, awesome stream, guys. Thank you very much for your comment there, Sean. We really do appreciate your feedback. Please do like and subscribe to our channel. It really does mean a lot to us to have all of you tuning in for this qualifying session today.
And some people here from Bangalore, some from Philippines, some from Turkey. Love to see it. Love to see it. Canada as well. And yeah, and potentially rain coming in Q3. So that could put a bit of a an interesting twist in the tail here. Currently, just 5 minutes and 30 seconds left of Q2. Verstappen in the pits, as is everybody, except for Hamilton, who will be making his way back to the pits, I'm sure.
Max Verstappen in the pit lane at the moment, currently with some new tyres on his car. Looks like he will be getting out there very, very soon. Hopefully we will see some faster times coming in from other people further down the grid, though. Notably, Fernando Alonso has a little bit of damage to his floor, unfortunately, so that will be causing him a few tenths. So that will, of course, hinder him from getting too close to the top of the times. As we see, Lewis Hamilton has been called to the weighbridge.
Yeah, and currently the drivers are getting eliminated. Hulkenberg, Tsunoda, De Vries, Norris, and Piastri. So the two McLarens, the two AlphaTauris, and the Haas of Hulkenberg. So, yeah, that might well actually remain.
Color of Shade there just saying in the comment section, as much as I want to see Ricciardo in a Red Bull, I'd prefer to see Alonso take the seats. Not that Perez is going anywhere, just a thought. Yes, I mean, I think Fernando Alonso and Max Verstappen would certainly be a great pairing. They seem to get along well with each other off the track. I don't know if they'd be great teammates, but I mean, it would certainly make some great scenes in Drive to Survive, as well as watching throughout the season. Them fighting out on track. I'm sure they would be very close out on track in terms of performance.
And yeah, so we see most of the cars now making their way back out onto the grid. The Haas leaving them out. I think that is George Russell following them out as well. And yeah, then Max Verstappen. So most of the cars making their way out for what would be their final lap attempts here in Q2. So all of the information and all of the interesting things about to happen right at the end of the session. So be sure to stay tuned as we head into the last 3.5 minutes here. All of them doing their outlaps pretty much. And I'm sure we'll see Hamilton, Alonso, Ocon come out right near the end, which will probably be very good for them because we've seen, of course, track evolution. The later you come out in the session, the more likely you are of getting a faster time.
I'm back. Sorry, was just going to grab some water quickly, but I am back now. Nothing too much has happened, though. I think a lot of people on their outlaps. Yes, pretty much everyone on their outlap except for Piastri, De Vries, Hamilton, and Alonso.
And Reese, just quickly, based on 2 minutes and 50 seconds left, who's getting eliminated?
I think Yuki Tsunoda, Oscar Piastri, possibly, Nico Hulkenberg, and I don't know. I don't want to say Norris because I really want to see Norris get out of Q2, but I think probably Zhou will go out then.
Okay, so you're keeping Norris in for Q3, but otherwise, pretty much everybody else who's currently in the bottom section there, they will also be eliminated. That's pretty much what you're saying as well. So, okay, that's pretty much more or less what I would have said. Although I do think probably both McLarens will probably fall out unless one of them can put in a very quick time. Maybe Piastri even makes it out and gets into Q3.
Just being asked there in the comment section, what happened to Charles Leclerc? Charles Leclerc, unfortunately, had a very dismal qualifying one session, and he is all the way...
He's in the
gravel!
Oh, no, and that's going to be Perez completely ruined. He knows it. Justin Horner's going... Oh, dear. It's another qualifying mistake for Perez. Oh, dear, Perez really struggling.
That's going to leave him out of the session if he needs some new tires. Honestly, Perez, they have fueled up for a double push lap, but lucky for him, but certainly not very good for the Red Bull team. They will not be very impressed.
Hulkenberg still pushing here on his fast lap, and let's see how well he can do. He's been doing some very quick times all weekend, although I don't think he's going to get in under the 1:14 mark unless he gets right across here. Oh, up into fourth. Fantastic drive there from Hulkenberg.
Very, very good lap from him. So I will retract my statement. Hulkenberg will not be out of Q1. I mean, out of Q2. Maybe he will be able to pull himself out. Let's see how much people can improve, though, in this next session.
Yeah, Lance Stroll right now also setting a lap. Let's see how he can fare.
Could we see the current lap record being beaten here. Carlos Sainz now putting himself ever so slightly behind Max Verstappen, 0.02 seconds behind Max Verstappen's fastest time.
Oh dear, there's some traffic there being dealt with. My word, both Mercedes probably in front of each other.
Into the grass. Now Hamilton's broken his wing. Hamilton has broken his wing here in Quali 2. That will be Hamilton surely at risk here. Lando Norris in P2. Ever so slightly 0.01 behind Max Verstappen. Sergio Perez, if he cannot put in a lap here, he will be eliminated. Fastest sector 3 from Norris on his lap there. Piastri now finishing up his fastest flying lap. Where would he put himself?
Oh my word, Russell's currently in the elimination zone now.
Piastri in P6.
It's all happening. It's all happening right at the end of Q2 here. Alonso and Stroll might well be safe. I don't think there are any more laps to be done, although there is a Red Bull coming around. I don't know if it's Perez. Will Perez manage to finish this lap and get ahead of everybody? Of course, his tyres are rather ruined. He's only still behind on Hülkenberg's time. I don't think he's going to manage to get it out. He's coming into sector 3 now. Let's see how he can fare. He's got just about 13 seconds. He's needed to get to over the line. And will Perez manage to get out of the elimination zone right at the end? He's going to be the last driver across the line. There he comes.
Yuki Tsunoda has had his lap time deleted, but let's see what Perez can do now. Oh my word, Perez is eliminated from Quali 2. Terrible qualifying session from Sergio Perez. Red Bull will be absolutely fuming. What an absolutely dismal qualifying session for Sergio Perez for a second weekend in a row. Sergio Perez saying unbelievable on the radio. This may be Sergio Perez's seat at risk. It is silly season, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so, but he's certainly really cracking under the pressure at the moment. So, drivers, we have lost major drivers, Russell and Perez. Hamilton really loving this new Merc. Russell, clearly not. Oh, my word, I cannot believe...
Oh, my word! What has Russell done? That was so dangerous. George Russell will be getting a penalty for that, surely. Such dangerous driving for George Russell. That is so dangerous from George Russell, and he was looking in the mirrors as he did it. George Russell just completely pushed Lewis Hamilton off the track, causing damage to his teammate's front wing, and then completely, not saying anything on the radio, but Hamilton just being absolutely furious.
I mean, this has been a very interesting qualifying session so far. And we've lost some major drivers. Charles Leclerc out in Q1. Perez and Russell out in Q2. And all to race for now in Q3.
George Russell certainly needs a big reprimand after that. I think there will be some big words taken in that Mercedes garage. That was very dirty driving from George Russell. Toto Wolff looked
very angry.
Very angry. I almost said something that I shouldn't say on stream. But yeah, he looks absolutely fuming. Sergio Perez looking quite dejected though in that pit lane. Red Bull are going to be absolutely livid. They have their P1 driver literally in P1 at the moment, and Sergio Perez is out of Q2. I mean, what is going on? Heartbreak for Checo here. Second weekend in a row. Not doing very well in qualifying.
No, not at all. Perez really struggling at the moment, so he really needs to fix that up. And we're going to have Q3 getting going in just a bit. Of course, that's the end of Q2. So just a reminder of the drivers we lost in Q2. Yuki Tsunoda, Nick de Vries, Guan Yu Zhou, Russell, and Perez. Massive two names there right at the top there. And just some information for all of those that are looking for a way to watch the race and to watch it for free, and most importantly, legally, be sure to go and check out the description in the video. It's got some instructions there on exactly how you can go and do that. And yeah, be sure to utilize our partner, ExpressVPN, and you can see exactly how you can do that. Otherwise, go and look on the channel for a video that explains exactly how you can watch the Spanish Grand Prix and all other sessions for free. So go and check that out, guys. And whilst you're also there, subscribe to the channel, like the video, and comment again below. Just keep the conversations going. Have some conversations. Lots of comments coming in. Not able to read all of them, but we will pinpoint and pick out some, as we've got just 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go until the start of Q3.
Yes, just reading a comment there from Techers318 saying, where have those McLarens come from? I certainly agree. They seem to have found quite a lot of pace here in Spain. I mean, they are absolutely rapid out on track.
Yeah, I mean, Piastri was fantastic in Q1, and then Norris putting in a second fastest time there, 1 minute 12.7, just behind Max Verstappen's time on brand new softs. So almost competing with the Red Bull time there. So fantastic to see from the McLaren.
A lot of people in the comment section, though, talking about that incident from George Russell. George Russell and Lewis Hamilton were both going on a hot lap at the same time. They were both next to each other going down that pit straight. And George Russell completely turned into Lewis Hamilton while looking in the mirrors. So he certainly knew what he was doing. And I certainly believe he should get a big penalty for that. That was very, very dangerous driving happening from the teammate of Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah, so we had some very, very poor driving in terms of safety from both Pierre Gasly and George Russell so far in qualifying. And I think both of them will surely get big reprimands.
Still a lot of work happening to the bottom of Fernando Alonso's Aston Martin there. Looks like they have still got a lot of damage on that floor. Of course, they cannot fix it in the session, unfortunately, but they should be able to still get in a good quality lap.
And yeah, guys, just you can be sure to go and let us know where you're streaming in from. We always love to know. Got people coming in here from South Africa, from Secunda, and others from all over the world. It's fantastic to see from East London, South Africa as well. Quite a few South Africans in the comments. Great to see some of my homeboys and homegirls and otherwise. But yeah, I mean, ridiculous qualifying session so far. Not quite what Monaco was, but certainly right up there again as a fantastic sessions. We just note here, stewards have noted an incident involving car 63 George Russell and 44 Lewis Hamilton, and will be investigated after the session for impeding.
It should be for causing a collision, not for impeding.
Oh, my word. Just 1 minute and 5 seconds until the start of Q3, the last qualifying session, of course. So your prediction, top three.
Oh, you always put me under the bus here, Mark. I'm going to say Max Verstappen on pole. He has been rapid all weekend here. Then I'm going to say Lando Norris. Let's say Lando Norris for P2. And then Lewis Hamilton P3.
Okay, very, very interesting. I'm probably going to go very, very similar to you. Lots of people letting us know where they're watching from. Just going to read some of them. Switzerland, Singapore, India, Penang, Madagascar, Vietnam. Great to see you there. It says, cheers, guys. Great coverage and thanks from Vietnam. Great to have you here, James. From India, Zambia, Maputo, Mozambique, Cape Verde, Algeria, Cape Town, South Africa. A whole lot of places. So fantastic to see you all here. And
10 seconds left until qualifying 3 gets underway. The final qualifying session here today. Not long left to go. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, and 1. We are underway in Spain for the last qualifying session here. No one leaping to start their fast lap.
I was about to say, nobody getting out very quickly, are they? And let's turn our attention back to the Formula One, of course. The Ferrari garage right now looking somewhat calm in Sainz's box, but I think Charles Leclerc's place is going to be very, very distraught and basically horrified at the fact that Charles Leclerc only finished 19th.
Yes, I mean, certainly. I'm very shocked still that Charles Leclerc is out in Q1. I mean, wow.
So a whole lot of people letting us know where they're watching from. We've got Mauritius, Italy,
Detroit, the car capital, Motor City. That's awesome.
Greece, the Netherlands, Portugal, USA, Middlesbrough, UK, a whole lot of places, Detroit, as we said. So fantastic, guys. Love to have you all here. And again, whilst you guys are here, if you guys do enjoy the channel, please be sure to hit that subscribe button. Do go hit it right now. I'm literally challenging you. This is your go hit your subscribe button. Turn on those notifications so that you guys can be notified about all the content with regards to Formula One. And otherwise, check out our other channel, which is dedicated to Formula One. Forever Sports is for all sports, but Forever Motorsports, if you go check that channel out, is dedicated to this sport and only motorsports itself. So go check that out as well. And we'd love to have you guys there and have a long discussion about everything as well. So welcome to all of you as some cars are now making their way out onto the track for Q3.
Yes, very, very short time to go now until we see some people starting their first hot laps for this final qualifying session. Max Verstappen is out on track at the moment, just warming his tires up. Some people watching from the Principality of Monaco. Great to see you watching alongside with us. I'm sure you had a great weekend last weekend if you were at home, as there was, of course, that Monaco Grand Prix taking place. Lewis Hamilton now making his way down that pit lane. Some people just saying there in the comment section, McLarens are Red Bulls now, question mark. They certainly seem to be doing very, very well out there. I mean, Lando Norris putting himself in P2 at the end of that session.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some fantastic racing from McLaren so far, and hopefully they can keep it up. You know, maybe, who knows, they'll surprise everybody and suddenly come in with ridiculous qualifying pace and maybe be right up the grid.
Yes, I mean, it would be great to see them doing quite well here. Lance Stroll has certainly exceeded expectations today, putting himself in qualifying 3, currently not having done a fastest lap just yet.
All right, so we're going to start with some fast laps here.
Verstappen, yes, doing very well in that first sector, now making his way through to turn 5. Going so beautifully through there, staying within track limits though over that curb, approaching turn 6 and 7 now. The left-hander that goes into the right-hander, then the sweeping right-hander that makes its way into that long DRS straight. DRS now wide open, approaching the second sector marker now. Let's see what his sector time is. A 50.6, very fast from him. That is his fastest second sector of all weekend. Lando Norris, though, very quick in that first sector. Could we see another fast lap time coming from the McLaren? Max Verstappen now coming through turn 14. Let's see where this last lap time puts him. He does not lift that much. He puts himself a 1:12.2, very close to the 1:11, where the track lap record is sitting at the moment. Carlos Sainz now
comes very slowly compared. Norris not coming over. I think it's going to be quite a slow lap from him, unfortunately. Although he does put himself up into second, just though. Still quite a bit of time to be found for that McLaren and for most of these drivers. The 113s are not really safe, I don't feel, in terms of right up near the top. You want to be hitting close to the 112s.
Lewis Hamilton, the 6-time winner around this circuit, is approaching the final corner on this circuit. Going very fast at the moment. Wide open, puts himself in P2 with a 113.1. Still very far off the pace of Max Verstappen. Our current top 3 is Max Verstappen in P1 with a 112.2. Lewis Hamilton behind with a 113.1. Then we have Lando Norris in P3.
All right, so we've got just under 7 minutes left of the session, and Max Verstappen way ahead of everybody else, but we still have not seen Alonso or, and funny enough, Hulkenberg into the track yet. So I want to see how those two could fare, because I think Alonso and Hulkenberg could actually really challenge near the top there. And yes, I know I'm saying a Haas could challenge near the top there, but quite genuinely, Hulkenberg has been so fast this weekend. I think he could be right near the top there.
We have over 4,000 people watching with us at the moment. Thank you very much for tuning into our stream. Please do like, comment, and subscribe to our video. Also, do check out the link in the description for how to watch this Formula One race alongside with us. Currently, we have 6 minutes left of this qualifying session. Max Verstappen still leading it at the moment with a 1:12.2. Lots of drivers making their way back into the pit to get turned around before they go out and attempt their final flying laps.
It looks like they've managed to fix the issues with Fernando Alonso's floor, so they're fitting some tires onto his car, so hopefully he can get out there and set some fast laps. Yeah, Hülkenberg on an out lap, the only one out on track.
This actually helps Fernando Alonso a little bit. This will allow him to go out on a very rubbered up track, running just that little bit off sync with everyone else.
I think if he wants to get 2 laps in, he needs to get out onto the track right now so that he can have another attempt in case this one's not so quick. Verstappen still right up near the top. Nico Hülkenberg about to start a hot lap here, and I'm actually very intrigued to see how he does because he's been so quick all weekend, and hopefully we can see some more pace from the Haas.
Gunther Steiner there on that pit wall. Very, very good from Nico Hülkenberg this weekend to get the Haas into Q3. We haven't seen a Haas in Q3 for quite some time, Mark.
Oh, we didn't see it not that long ago. To be fair, we had Hülkenberg right up in 4th position not too long ago as well. So does very well in qualifying, Hülkenberg, sometimes.
Yes, I mean, certainly great for that Haas team. A little bit inconsistent, but great to see them making their way into Quali 3, as we do see Nico Hülkenberg on his flying lap at the moment, coming through that Sector 1 marker, only 0.2 down on Max Verstappen's time. Very good from him at the moment.
Yeah, so he's on track to beat Hamilton's time if he can just maintain that. So Hülkenberg going around very, very quickly, and let's see how he fares into Sector 2 as he comes around the tricky little left to right, and now onto that DRS straight, and let's see how his time fares. Right, compared to Verstappen. Verstappen set 50.6 in Sector 2. Hülkenberg's going to set a 51.1. So just 0.6 seconds behind, I think it is. So Hülkenberg now into Sector 3. Let's see how quickly he can get around. He does very well in Sector 3 usually. So he could be well on track to come ahead of Hamilton and move himself into second as he comes onto the main straight now. 110, 111. He will cross in a 113.2 just behind Hamilton and is into P3 at the moment.
Very, very good qualifying time from Nico Hülkenberg at the moment. There are still a lot of drivers, though, in the pits who will be wanting to put in some faster lap times. Just watching Lewis Hamilton at the moment, he is just, well, hundreds away from Nico Hülkenberg. Hamilton 0.924 off of Max Verstappen's time. Hülkenberg 0.957.
So Alonso still yet to make his way out onto the track in this qualifying session. Of course, they're fixing some floor damage. That seems to be fixed by now. So hopefully we're going to see Alonso come out right near the engine and hopefully maybe also surprise us.
Yes, hopefully Fernando Alonso will be able to get the best out of that car, even with that floor damage. Looks like the Red Bull garage is getting ready to send Max Verstappen out, as we do see Fernando Alonso now making his way out of the pit lane.
Come on, Fernando.
I was certainly hoping we'd see Fernando Alonso a little bit higher up in qualifying today. So let's see what he is able to do at the end of this session.
And he's getting a massive round of applause and some of them on their feet.
Yes, certainly is.
From his home crowd in Spain. And great to see both Spanish drivers in the final qualifying session. Yeah, let's hope Sainz can also pull something out of the bag here and come near the top there. Of course, his teammate Charles Leclerc is going to start 19th on the grid tomorrow. So not a good day for him. And Max Verstappen's teammate Sergio Perez is going to start on 12th. So lots of work to do for those two second drivers. Charles Leclerc is supposed to be the main driver in Ferrari, but Sainz at the moment outperforming his teammate.
Max Verstappen, tyre blank is lifted off of his car. He is now leaving the pit lane. Lewis Hamilton just being stopped before getting out of his pit box for that Red Bull that was making its way out of the pit lane. So lots of drivers currently on their out lap, waiting to do their final fast lap of qualifying 3. 1 minute and 55 seconds left to go of qualifying 3. The final qualifying session here in the Circuit de Catalunya. Fernando Alonso on his out lap, currently down in P10. But we still have his final lap to go. He has yet to set a fast lap in this session, as he had some floor damage that the team was just working on a little bit. Hopefully he will be able to pull a good fast lap out as he now starts to prepare for that hot lap coming through the final corner. DRS wide open. Talk us through this lap, Mark.
Yes, indeed. Let's go, Alonso. Of course, everybody's favorite driver at the moment, and also everybody in the comments just asking what's exactly happening with him. Well, I'll tell you what's happening with him. He's on his flying lap. Hopefully, the floor is completely fixed, and let's have a 100% efficient Aston Martin of Alonso's. He comes around that long right-hander with lots of pace. Comes towards the end of Sector 1. Let's see how quickly it is. Quite a bit slower than Verstappen, unfortunately, in Sector 1. Not looking like
not too bad, though.
But not too bad. Hopefully, he can make up some time in Sector 2 and Sector 3.
Still ahead of Lewis Hamilton's time through there at the moment. But
Science
let's see.
Quite quick in Sector 1. Not quicker than Verstappen, but right on his tail.
Max Verstappen is such a king of perfection. He will still be wanting to improve on his lap time. So he is on an outlap at the moment. Fernando Alonso now in that sector 2. Currently 0.5 seconds down on Max Verstappen's time. Still ahead of Lewis Hamilton's fastest time. Making his way now through turn 12. Will he be able to keep it neat and tidy, though, through the rest of the sector? Turn 13 now, approaching turn 14. Let's see.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. For today's How to Watch Guide, the Spanish Grand Prix this weekend, back-to-back Grand Prix weekends. We had Monaco last weekend, which saw Max Verstappen coming out in top in the biggest race of the year. And this weekend we are in Spain. And the big question is, how can I watch all the action? Well, first of all, if you'd like to keep up to date with everything, make sure you smash a like on the video. Make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. We will be live this weekend for all the F1 action as we were last weekend. All three practices, the qualifying as well as the race, kept keeping you up to date with all the latest news, timings, as well as live updates during all these sessions. So just, go and make sure you follow the channel and you'll be able to keep up to track with all the action. Now, the question is, how can you watch all of it live and in HD? And the good news is you can watch it on free. It is being shown on two free-to-air broadcasters. Today I'm going to show you how to use ORF, which is an Austrian free-to-air broadcaster. And so if you're in Austria, you can access it for free. If you're outside of Austria, however, you will need to use something called a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Now, we recommend ExpressVPN. All the links are in the description in terms of the guide how to watch all of the action. So go and check out the description. So first things first, you're going to get yourself ExpressVPN. That's the link in the description, and you're going to install it. Now, as you can see, that is what it looks like. So you're going to go to the three dots over here once you've installed, and click on the right hand side there. That's going to bring up all the various locations and stuff like that, which shows you where all the various locations are. And you're going to click Austria, and you're then going to click this big red, green button over here and to connect it. And as long as that is connected, you can then go to the ORF website and you can stream all the action. That's off there. Actually, you can see the HD ORF. So this is currently being live streamed right now. Unfortunately, if you're outside of Austria and you don't have a VPN, if you go to that page, the stream will not work. And so you have to be connected to a VPN to make it basically geolocate your device to make it seem as if you are in that location. If you do it without a VPN, this is what it looks like. See, it comes up there with a warning basically says because you're not connected over there, you can no longer watch it. If you have any questions, put them in the comments below. Apart from that, smash like on the video, subscribe.
The Monaco Grand Prix has come and gone, and despite their new upgrades, Mercedes don't seem to be any faster than the previous race in Miami. Or are they? Hello, and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. Today, we will be taking a deep dive into the upgrades that Mercedes brought to the Monaco Grand Prix, and whether this will enable them to fight further up the grid. Mercedes have been off the pace of the top teams since the start of the new regulations that were introduced in 2022. The Brackley-based team tried to dupe the rest of the grid in the first half of pre-season testing in Spain with a car sporting side pods. But come pre-season testing in Bahrain, before the first race of the new regulations, no such side pods were present on their car. I'm sure it had a few teams scratching their heads thinking if Mercedes had once again managed to design a car that would allow them to dominate the Formula 1 championship. But here we are, 1.5 years later with only one win from the Mercedes outfit. For some time, a B-spec car has been spoken about, due to the overall lack of pace from the Mercedes team. And finally, in Monaco, Mercedes decided to ditch their zero side pod concept and conform to the standard seen throughout the rest of the grid. This B-spec aims to improve the overall durability and predictability of the W14 Mercedes, which has been wildly inconsistent for their drivers so far. Before we look at the upgrades, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel for all the latest Formula 1 news and updates. 6 major upgrades form the basis for the W14B, which consists of the following. Front suspension. The first major change was to their front suspension. We can see how the top wishbone of the front suspension has been lifted as high as it can go to improve stability and predictability under braking. This design takes a lot of inspiration from the Red Bull front suspension, which has been called an anti-dive suspension. This allows the drivers to have predictability under braking and more confidence in the corners. This change also allows better airflow to the side pods, which improves cooling to the radiators and overall better aerodynamic efficiency. Floor fences. Another major change to improve airflow is to the Mercedes floor fences. The fences around the floor have been cambered differently to its predecessor, to allow better airflow to the rear diffuser. This increased airflow will improve rear downforce on the car and in turn improve rear stability. Rear wing. A new rear wing was also introduced as part of the upgrade. This new wing consists of a change to the upper wing flap element, which will improve the rear downforce to the car as well as it creates a low pressure zone at the rear, which in turn increases the rear floor load and increases downforce to the rear of the car. Rear brake duct winglets. A smaller upgrade that can easily be missed is the addition of small winglets to the rear brake's cake tin. The cake tin is the shroud that covers the brakes. These small winglets create a small area of low pressure, which increases the load on the rear suspension. Side pod inlets. The most notable change made to the Mercedes is of course their decision to scrap their zero-sided design and conform to having side pods on their car. The new Mercedes side pods are much similar to the rest of the teams on the grid, compared to their A-spec car. These new side pod inlets are much higher and wider than their old spec, which improves the flow to the leading edge of the floor, as well as airflow to the rear of the car. This results in more load acting on the floor of the car, further improving efficiency and downforce. Side pods. The change to side pods on their car increases the area of bodywork that interacts and shapes the airflow that goes down the car. Their new spec increases the efficiency of the airflow to the rear of the car, which allows them to maximize the performance from the rear diffuser, as well as extracting much more downforce than their A-spec. It is clear that these upgrades have been introduced to better the overall aerodynamic efficiency of the W14B, as well as to improve the drivability of their car. The Monaco Grand Prix saw Hamilton and Russell finishing P4 and P5 respectively. Hamilton seemed to be relatively happy with the performance of the car with its new upgrades, saying after the race, "I'm really happy, we've moved forwards. Coming into this weekend, I didn't know where we would stand, so to take 4th and 5th is good points for the team. A huge thank you to everyone at the factory for the upgrades on our car." Roll on the Spanish Grand Prix, where we should truly get to see the full potential of the new Merc. With Monaco being a rather slow street circuit, it didn't necessarily show the full picture for the new upgrades. In Monaco you need a really high downforce setup, as well as having no long straights. It isn't comparable to any other circuit on the calendar. At least in Spain, fans should get a true reflection of what the Mercedes true pace is with their upgrades. It also gives Mercedes a chance to gather some good data to correlate between their old spec car with their new spec. Will these upgrades make Mercedes competitive moving forward? Let us know in the comments below. Also make sure to subscribe to the channel if you are new, and we will see you next time.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. For today's How to Watch guide, the Spanish Grand Prix this weekend, back-to-back Grand Prix weekends. We had Monaco last weekend, which saw Max Verstappen coming out in top in the biggest race of the year. And this weekend we are in Spain. And the big question is, how can I watch all the action? Well, first of all, if you'd like to keep up to date with everything, make sure you smash a like on the video. Make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. We will be live this weekend for all the F1 action as we were last weekend. All three practices, the qualifying as well as the race, kept keeping you up to date with all the latest news, timings, as well as live updates during all these sessions. So just, go and make sure you follow the channel and you'll be able to keep up to track with all the action. Now, the question is, how can you watch all of it live and in HD? And the good news is you can watch it on free. It is being shown on two free-to-air broadcasters. Today I'm going to show you how to use ORF, which is an Austrian free-to-air broadcaster. And so if you're in Austria, you can access it for free. If you're outside of Austria, however, you will need to use something called a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Now, we recommend ExpressVPN. All the links are in the description in terms of the guide how to watch all of the action. So go and check out the description. So first things first, you're going to get yourself ExpressVPN. That's the link in the description, and you're going to install it. Now, as you can see, that is what it looks like. So you're going to go to the three dots over here once you've installed, and click on the right-hand side there. That's going to bring up all the various locations and stuff like that, which shows you where all the various locations are. And you're going to click Austria, and you're then going to click this big red, green button over here and to connect it. And as long as that is connected, you can then go to the ORF website, and you can stream all the action. That's off there. Actually, you can see the HD ORF. So this is currently being live streamed right now. Unfortunately, if you're outside Austria and you don't have a VPN, if you go to that page, the stream will not work. And so you have to be connected to a VPN to make it basically geolocate your device to make it seem as if you are in that location. If you do it without a VPN, this is what it looks like. See, it comes up there with a warning base. It says because you're not connected over there, you can no longer watch it. If you have any questions, put them in the comments below. Apart from that, smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. As I said, all the steps are in the description with the various links to them as well. Enjoy all the action. We hope to see you this weekend. And we will see you guys all very soon.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. I am joined by Reese and we are previewing the Spanish Grand Prix. The 7th round, what should have been 8th, but the 7th round of the Grand Prix season for 2023. And Max Verstappen very much firmly in the lead in the Drivers' Championship, and Red Bull alongside, of course, with the Constructors' Championship as well. So can this be changed? Will we see different things? Mercedes are sporting new upgrades they tested out in Monaco. Now we finally get to see them properly this weekend, and all these other fancy things. Reese, of course, is here with us. Reese, how are you doing, and are you looking forward to the weekend?
I'm doing well, thanks, and yourself, Mark. Yes, really looking forward to this race weekend. It should certainly be quite an interesting one after the Monaco Grand Prix. We have a lot of upgrades coming from some teams. Red Bull are bringing some upgrades. Mercedes will hopefully be getting to the bottom of their new upgrade package and extracting that full potential from it. Whether that will push them further up the grid, we will have to wait and see, but it should certainly be a very exciting Spanish Grand Prix in store.
Indeed, and let's just go to some facts about the Spanish Grand Prix, of course. So the number of times it's been held 63 times in the great city of Barcelona in Catalonia, and it was first held in 1913. I mean, that just tells you the history here. We are literally going back 110 years since the first Grand Prix was held here, which is insane if you think about it. I mean, quite incredible. So the most wins are currently held by Michael Schumacher with 6, and Lewis Hamilton also with 6. The most wins, though, for constructor is Ferrari with 12 wins in total. The circuit length is 4.657 kilometers, which is, for all of those who use miles, weird people, 2.89 miles long. The race length is 307,000 kilometers. What? Not 307,000. 307.2.
Yeah, that might be a bit
307. That would be ridiculous. 307 kilometers for the entire thing, and it's 66 laps in total. Now, of course, the big thing with regards to the Spanish Grand Prix this year, though, is the fact that they have changed the track ever so slightly, finally doing what most fans have asked for and what a lot of people have asked for with regards to changing one of the chicanes.
Yes, one of the final chicanes, well, it is the final chicane on the circuit, has now been changed for this race weekend. The last person to race on this old layout was, who do you think, Mark?
Oh, I can't remember.
Fernando Alonso, the
Huh.
only driver on the grid who has driven the old layout of this Catalonia circuit.
That's quite interesting. So, can Alonso use that for his advantage, or at least to hopefully have a little bit of an edge over the rest of the drivers? I doubt very much it's going to make any difference, if anything at all. And in fact, I've actually got a little bit of an article here going and saying that Alonso is not favoured much in Barcelona due to his little bit of a track record here, supposedly saying that it seems to the Aston Martin strength rather seems to show up more difficult in Barcelona, saying that it's going to be a bit of a difficult track for Aston Martin. So Alonso not necessarily being favoured for this weekend from this article here. So
I don't think you can count him out though. The race weekend hasn't even started, and people are already trying to count out the Aston Martin and Alonso. I mean, we didn't even expect him to be so competitive this year. I think he'll certainly be putting on a good show for us this weekend,
and of
nonetheless.
course, it is his home Grand Prix. Not just his own, it's Carlos Sainz as well. But nonetheless, the two Spanish drivers will be racing in Barcelona, which is their home country, of course. So the support will be huge. So Aston Martin will basically be having a home crowd, which will be fantastic. Because I think, as much as there are so many Ferrari fans in Spain, I think most people will be rooting for that green machine of Fernando Alonso. Yeah, but we should go back to the Spanish Grand Prix in general. And I mean, it's a very, very nice track. You know, it's a really, really good track for a lot of drivers. A lot of people do tend to like it. It's quite a difficult track, though.
It's a very traditional track in terms of it has a lot of long straights as well as sweeping corners. I mean, turn 3 is such a long, and such a fast corner. It's really puts your setup to the test. You have to be able to navigate through really tricky and technical sections, but you also have to be able to go through high-speed corners. I mean, it's difficult for the driver and the engineers to set their car up, but once you do get it into that sweet spot, if you get it properly into that sweet spot, it really does award you quite nicely.
And there are quite a few overtaking opportunities around the Spanish Grand Prix, of course, because I mean, we go on to go and say just in the run up to the first corner, that whole straight is 613 meters long. So it's not too long in terms of it's from the, I think that's from the start line to the first corner. So that's still quite a bit of distance there for drivers to try and get past in the opening lap. And you know, Red Bull seem to have every now and then struggled a little bit. That's the only time they seem to sometimes struggle this season so far. We saw Fernando Alonso make a great dive on Sergio Perez already this season so far. I mean, is that another opportunity for people to maybe try and get ahead of the Red Bull?
I think it should provide a really exciting start of the race, but of course, Red Bull are still really looking to be the favourites, taking 100% of the wins so far this season. I mean, you'd really be stupid to say Red Bull are not going to take the win here again.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to see someone else take it for sure, but I think Red Bull are really going to be looking quite strong. They are also, they have also said that they are bringing some upgrades this weekend. I think it was one of the Red Bull team members just saying there that they're taking a bit of a different approach, though, coming here into the Spanish Grand Prix weekend with some upgrades. Saying, well, just reading an article here saying that the upgrades on the Red Bull are not the only upgrades we're expecting to see this weekend. Aston Martin are also expecting to bring some upgrades, as well as Ferrari.
Yeah, I mean, upgrades galore. It's basically what it's sounding like, because you know Mercedes, who haven't seen their full upgrades potential yet, and everybody's pretty much just upgrading over the last 2 weeks.
Yes, I mean, it's certainly better to bring your upgrades here. It's a much more traditional track where you can really correlate your data from early on the year in your testing. So it makes sense to bring a lot of those upgrades here. Whether they will be successful in making your car faster, I mean, Ferrari are really hoping to extract a lot more out of this new upgrade package to put them further up the grid, as well as Aston Martin are hoping to improve their pace by 0.2 of a second per lap. So, I mean, a lot of expectations coming here this weekend on those new upgrades.
Yeah, and I've just got an article open here. I'm just going to read a little bit of it. And it goes and says, with regards to predictions for this weekend, and it does pretty much agree with you. It goes and says, in terms of top speed, and especially with the DRS Open, the Red Bull is on paper unbeatable in Spain. And would you happen to agree with that? It's just that sentence there. I just saw that. I mean, is it absolutely unbeatable? Is it already a given that Red Bull will win this weekend?
Well, coming into the season, we didn't think Red Bull would be this dominant. And as I said already, they've taken 100% of the win so far this season. They are certainly looking undefeatable at the moment.
Yeah. So we move to the midfield, and it says tension in the midfield. And I just want to read a little bit of this. So it says, while the tension at the front is often lacking, there is currently a lot of competition in the mid and backfield. The differences there are small, and on a good day, for example, a team like Alpine can shine. See Monaco last weekend for that. Between teams like Alfa Romeo, AlphaTauri, Haas, and Williams, the margins are very small. So for those who look beyond the fight at the front, we can probably see drivers battling it out at the sharp end in Barcelona too. Unfortunately, these will not be for the win, but for the race fans, this will certainly be enjoyable as well. I mean, of the best of the rest talk, we look about with regards to the midfield. And leading into this Grand Prix, who do you think is starting to show signs of really just being that little bit extra, a little bit closer towards the top than the rest? Who's not quite shining as much as they probably should be?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about not shining, McLaren have to be number one on that list. I mean, they really have had a terrible start to the season. They had a little bit of a glimmer of hope last weekend in Monaco, but whether that's relative to the rest of the season, I really don't know. Monaco is just such an outlier in terms of tracks. It may have just been a bit of an anomaly for them to perform well in the race there. But I think if we're looking at best of the rest at the moment, Alpine seem to be doing really, really well this season. They've found a lot more pace in their car. They seem to be working really well with Pierre Gasly alongside Esteban Ocon. Ocon, of course, taking that third place in Monaco, certainly brilliant for them. And the Alpine boss is talking a big talk about the Spanish Grand Prix this weekend, saying that don't count Alpine out. They should also be quite competitive.
So Alpine, of course, with Ocon finishing on the podium, the first podium for Alpine this season in Monaco. Now, Monaco is, obviously, as you said, it's a bit of an outlier, so it's not necessarily a true reflection of all these different cars. But is this going to spur them on, as you say, for this weekend? I think we probably are in agreement to say Alpine of the best of the rest when you take away the top four teams, being Red Bull, Mercedes, Ferrari, and Aston Martin. You take those away, I do think Alpine is firmly there next as the next best team on the grid. And do you think they can try and maybe even compete a little more with the likes of maybe even Mercedes or Ferrari and Aston Martin, of course, because Lance Stroll
if Mercedes and Ferrari can't pull up their socks, I think they will be getting that Alpine just getting a little bit feisty and in the mix there. As you said though, with Lance Stroll, gosh, I mean he's really competing sometimes with the midfield, which is very disappointing. I mean, he's got a very fast race car under his seat. I mean, yeah, he really needs to just take more advantage of that. We've seen sometimes how he has a good race weekend, but with the likes of Monaco last weekend, it was just absolutely dismal for Lance.
I think the one thing I'm finding with Lance Stroll this season, because we keep talking about Aston Martin being the one team that seems to be challenging Red Bull. It's not necessarily Aston Martin, it's Alonso and Aston
It's Alonso.
Martin, because
Alonso is the number one point scorer.
Yeah.
Alonso is the number one point scorer in Alpine. Sorry, in Aston Martin, he's the only one that scored all of those points so far. And if Lance isn't able to score points at all, they're going to lose out on the Constructors' Championship to Mercedes.
Yeah, and I think that's the big problem that I lean towards, because Aston Martin's car definitely looks quicker than everybody else except for Red Bull. They are, for me, that car is firmly the second best car on the grid at the moment. And yet, only Fernando Alonso is managing to get that out of the car. Lance Stroll is sitting down, as you say, in 12th and 13th and 11th. And it's how concerning is it for Aston Martin, the fact that he seems to show it in practice, that he's got that pace. He seems to put in those really, really quick laps. And then even in qualifying, he'll get past the first one with a quick lap, but he doesn't somehow make it into the next session, because then he'll completely stuff up and ruin it. There's no consistency. Is it a huge concern for Aston Martin? Not that he's going to go anywhere, because obviously we know the family relations, but is this something that they really need to go and iron out and get done? And Lance Stroll really needs to take a look at himself in the mirror, perhaps?
I mean, certainly it should be a concern for them. I mean, Lance has been in that team for multiple years now. He's unfortunately son of the owner of the team, so he's not going anywhere. But I mean, he should be quite comfortable in that race seat and quite comfortable in the team, knowing its structures and how it works. I mean, Fernando Alonso has come from a completely different team with a completely different car philosophy, has gotten into this new car, has learned how it works, gotten comfortable, and just absolutely hit the ground running and scored podiums throughout the season. Whereas Lance Stroll hasn't been on one.
Yeah, it's a big risk, big talking point with regards to Aston Martin. And can Aston Martin still manage to get ahead in the points? Lance Stroll needs to be helping out his teammate Fernando Alonso. He's doing everything he can, Fernando Alonso, but Lance Stroll needs to bring up his end. And that's, of course, to try and stay ahead of the likes of Mercedes. And we talk about Mercedes. Of course, their W14 upgrades that were brought to Monaco last week and now finally get to be seen in Spain. And I've got a little article here, and I'm just going to go and read a little bit into it. It says, the big intrigue heading into Barcelona is how Mercedes upgrades to their W14 will truly perform. Initially scheduled for the cancelled Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, Mercedes debuted their bodywork, floor and front suspension in Monaco. Lewis Hamilton and George Russell both finished 4th and 5th in the Monte Carlo, although the unique nature of the street circuit meant it was difficult to assess their true performance. As Brundle put it, it's like racing in a washing machine. However, Hamilton, Russell, and team boss Toto Wolff felt there were immediate positive signs from the updated W14 and will seek to confirm its true potential this weekend. And speaking now, we were in the mix with Aston Martin and with Ferrari. On a positive note, that may be encouraging because we have never really been good here, as Mercedes boss Wolff said after the Monaco Grand Prix. But we really need to be careful. We have to go to Barcelona and collect more data. It's a new baseline. I don't expect us to be clearing Aston Martin and Ferrari there either. It is more about understanding, okay? What does this car do now, and what do we need to set it up? Mercedes currently find themselves only a point behind Aston Martin in their battle for second in the Constructors' Championship, despite appearing to have the 4th fastest car on pure pace so far in 2023. So, obviously, we're going into Barcelona this week. With those upgrades, now we get to see what's really going to happen. Do you think that they're playing it down a little bit just so that nobody brings expectations? Because they actually probably reckon it's going to be a lot better and they're going to really push a lot higher? Or do you think they're thinking, you know what, just in case it doesn't? Yeah.
I certainly think they are limiting expectations at the moment. They don't know exactly how well it is going to perform on a traditional track. They've seen how it's performed in Monaco, which, as I said earlier, is an outlier track. You can't really compare it to any other track on the calendar. But whether it will bring them a lot of performance, though, in Spain, we'll just have to wait and see until FP1, unfortunately. It's so hard to just try and thumbsuck whether we think they're going to be fast or not. It's, whether they can get the setup right, whether everything comes together. I mean, it certainly should be faster than what they were last year in that zero side pods design. It should bring them a lot more downforce, as well as, just stability and predictability for the drivers. I will be breaking down that, those Mercedes upgrades very shortly. The video should be up quite soon, before the race weekend gets underway, of course, and that will explain in much more detail the upgrades that Mercedes are bringing to Spain and had brought in Monaco.
Yeah, and I think we talk about Mercedes as well now. They're quietly going about their business, though, even though they've got such huge car troubles this season, and hopefully they reckon that they might well have taken huge strides towards fixing that, as you're going to explain. But, we look at Mercedes in terms of their points and their performances in all of the races, and obviously they're supposed to be challenging right near the top. They're supposed to be challenging for first place, challenging right alongside Red Bull. That's supposed to be where they are. They're not. At the end of the day, they're not. But they are very quietly going about, very consistently coming in that 4th, 5th place every race. And they seem to be, that's a team, I think that's a good example of both teammates doing enough in terms of matching similar sort of positions, 5th and 6th, and 4th and 5th, and 6th and 8th sort of thing, getting good consistent points every race weekend. Now, is that going to help Mercedes, obviously, going for the rest of the season, when you compare it to the likes of Aston Martin and Ferrari, where they just seem to have such big outliers between the two drivers?
Yes, when you're getting that consistent double points haul from both of your drivers, if none of them are crashing out or retiring due to technical issues or anything, then of course you're going to be favorable for the not drivers championship, unfortunately, but for that constructors championship. And we see how close they are to the Aston Martin, just 1 point away, even though Fernando Alonso has religiously finished in 3rd place throughout the season, as well as 2nd, of course, in Monaco.
Yeah. So Mercedes quietly going about their business to take that second place at the moment, but could Aston Martin finally take it? But we talk about the other team in that big four, and that is Ferrari. Ferrari, of course, also bringing some upgrades to hopefully improve the Sunday form.
Yes, Ferrari are supposedly pushing like hell, according to this article I'm reading at the moment. They are bringing some major upgrades for its car here in Barcelona. They seemingly are not very happy at the moment with the pace of their contender and will be wanting to make significant gains here in Spain.
Yeah, and I've also got an article here and just got a quote here. It says, "This week we will have a better view of the race pace," said team principal Fred Vasseur. And Barcelona is more relevant, and we will have a better view of the situation. I hope that we will do a step forward in Barcelona, but it won't be the end of the development for the car. Now, of course, it won't be the development. We're still only 7 races in of a 23-1 season. So,
yes,
there's a lot of races still to come. And Carlos Sainz, of course, the other Spanish driver on the grid, racing for Ferrari, he's got a lot of pressure currently being placed on him, of course, with all the rumors with regards to Hamilton and all these other things happening. I mean, how important is it for him to perform well in Spain? Can he get that Ferrari over the line, get himself perhaps even a podium?
I think it's very important for Carlos Sainz at the moment. Of course, there are all of those rumors about Lewis Hamilton wanting to join Ferrari or in talks about joining Ferrari. And of course, that race seat is going to be taken away from Carlos Sainz. They're never going to take the race seat away from Leclerc at the moment. He is Ferrari's golden child, really. And I think really Sainz has it all to lose at the moment. So he does need to try and constantly outperform his teammates, which he did last weekend in Monaco.
Yeah. And just to end off here, of course, a little bit of news, of course, for the week, is that Mercedes are finally putting a different driver into their car this weekend. And that is the old face of
Mick Schumacher. But unfortunately, it's actually not for this weekend, Mark. It's for a Pirelli test happening after the Spanish Grand Prix, yes. But still very, very exciting to see Mick Schumacher getting into a Formula One seat and specifically into that Mercedes seat.
Yeah, and just want to go read the article here. And the German will get his chance in the car on the second day of running after George Russell goes to work on Tuesday. And team principal Toto Wolff is excited to see what Schumacher can do. After the Grand Prix weekend, Mick will also get his first real-world taste of the W14 on the second day of the Pirelli tyre test, said Wolff. He has done a great job with the team so far, working hard back in the simulator and giving valuable input trackside. We're looking forward to him getting his first taste of on-track running this year, and sure it will help him in this role as reserve driver. This test comes after FP1 and FP2 sessions at this weekend's Spanish Grand Prix, where the teams will be given 2 additional sets of tyres featuring a new construction that are set to make their debut at the British Grand Prix later this season. So Mick is back in a Formula One car. Do you think they're going to use this as a little bit of a taster and a teaser to see how quick is Mick actually going around the track, just like on the side, like a little portion? They're going to think, how quick is he actually going around? Because if he's getting very close to the likes of Hamilton or whatever, we've got other teams that are running Mercedes engines. We might well just say to one of those drivers, say, hey, get out of your chair, Mick, get back in.
Well, definitely, I think there will be benchmarking Mick against George Russell, who's also taking part in that Pirelli testing. But I think as well, it's just extremely beneficial for Mick and Mercedes, as it helps them just get Mick a little bit more comfortable in their car, should he ever have to take that reserve driver role, should anything happen to Lewis Hamilton or George Russell, as well as it helps him when he's in the sim. It just helps him know if the sim feels a little bit different to how the actual car is performing out on track.
Yeah. So lots of things to happen this weekend, and we're looking forward to the Spanish Grand Prix, of course. Predictions, Reese, go. Top 5.
Top 5. You're always throwing me in the deep end here, Mark. I'm going to say Max Verstappen, Fernando Alonso, Carlos Sainz, then Sergio Perez, Esteban Ocon, and Lewis Hamilton.
That's 6 drivers that you've just named, but I'm going to accept it.
There we go.
That's quite incredible. I love the top 3 prediction. Max Verstappen on top, that's pretty much standard. But Alonso in second, finally moving up. He's of course got second last weekend as well. But will he get a second place a second weekend in a row? That's also a big call. And Carlos Sainz, you're putting a Ferrari on podium, and 2 Spanish drivers in their home Grand Prix on the podium as well. So that's quite a brave call. And then not only that,
it would certainly be very fun to watch.
You just put Sergio Perez in 4th, Ocon in 5th, and Hamilton, you said, in 6th.
I don't know, just mixing it up a little bit.
Leclerc is not in there.
He dropped out of my mind, unfortunately, when I was giving my prediction, but you never know. We could see Charles Leclerc getting in the mix for the top 6.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to make a prediction here, and I'm going to say first place Max Verstappen, second place Fernando Alonso, third place Charles Leclerc, fourth Sergio Perez, fifth Carlos Sainz, and sixth I'm going to go with Russell, actually. I'm going to say Hamilton's in seventh. I'm going to go sixth as Russell. So that's my prediction, both of us ending with a sixth place Mercedes. Yeah, well, of course, you guys can make your predictions. Let us know in the comments as well. And be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel, guys. We will be, of course, live streaming all of this weekend for the Spanish Grand Prix. From me, Mark, and from Reese, of course, you've been watching Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. Thank you so much for watching, and goodbye.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. For today's How to Watch guide, the Spanish Grand Prix this weekend, back-to-back Grand Prix weekends. We had Monaco last weekend, which saw Max Verstappen coming out in top in the biggest race of the year. And this weekend we are in Spain. And the big question is, how can I watch all the action? Well, first of all, if you'd like to keep up to date with everything, make sure you smash a like on the video. Make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. We will be live this weekend for all the F1 action as we were last weekend. All 3 practices, the qualifying as well as the race, keeping you up to date with all the latest news, timings, as well as live updates during all these sessions. So just, go and make sure you follow the channel and you'll be able to keep up to track with all the action. Now, the question is, how can you watch all of it live and in HD? And the good news is you can watch it on free. It is being shown on 2 free-to-air broadcasters. Today I'm going to show you how to use ORF, which is an Austrian free-to-air broadcaster. And so if you're in Austria, you can access it for free. If you're outside of Austria, however, you will need to use something called a VPN, which is a virtual private network. Now, we recommend ExpressVPN. All the links are in the description in terms of the guide how to watch all of the action. So go and check out the description. So first things first, you're going to get yourself ExpressVPN. That's the link in the description, and you're going to install it. Now, as you can see, that is what it looks like. So you're going to go to the 3 dots over here once you've installed, and click on the right hand side there. That's going to bring up all the various locations and stuff like that, which shows you where all the various locations are. And you're going to click Austria, and you're then going to click this big green button over here to connect it. And as long as that is connected, you can then go to the ORF website and you can stream all the action. That's off there. Actually, you can see the HD ORF. So this is currently being live streamed right now. Unfortunately, if you're outside Austria and you don't have a VPN, if you go to that page, the stream will not work. And so you have to be connected to a VPN to make it basically geolocate your device to make it seem as if you are in that location. If you do it without a VPN, this is what it looks like. See, it comes up there with a warning base. It says because you're not connected over there, you can no longer watch it. If you have any questions, put them in the comments below. Apart from that, smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. As I said, all the steps are in the description with the various links to them as well. Enjoy all the action. We hope to see you this weekend. And we will see you guys all very soon.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. We are now officially live for the Spanish Grand Prix. The day has finally come, and of course lots of surprises on the grid as we head on into this afternoon. I'm joined by my fellow commentator Reese, who's joined us here. And Reese, hello to everybody as well. And Reese, just give your hellos and your predictions and otherwise and information, and let's just head straight into it. What's going to happen today?
Hello, yes, quite a lot going on at the moment down this grid. We currently have the front 2 runners getting ready to get out there on track. We also have quite a lot of work going on the McLaren of Lando Norris's car. There seems to be a little bit of damage, unfortunately, to his suspension. Hopefully that will be sorted before lights go out here in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean...
But yes, as far as predictions go for today, I certainly think the Red Bulls are going to be strong. We have Max Verstappen at the top of the grid at the moment, sitting in that P1 position. And then we also have Sergio Perez starting quite far behind his teammates, not having such a great day yesterday in qualifying. We also have the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc. Hopefully they are able to sort out his issues from yesterday. He will be starting from the pit lane, as they have also decided to take a new gearbox, I think it was, Mark, for this weekend.
Yeah. So Ferrari took the opportunity to give him a new gearbox because he's right at the back of the grid anyway, may as well, so that they don't have to suffer too much in the next few races if he does happen to qualify decently and take that big penalty. So sort of a get out of jail free card, except for the fact that he does still start right at the back of the grid after that disaster of a qualifying session. And yeah, I mean, interesting, with regards to Perez, you're talking about Perez starting quite low down the grid. Red Bull made a little bit of a joke. I don't know if you saw it, and I don't know if Perez necessarily appreciates it, but it is quite funny because Max Verstappen obviously finished on top in qualifying and Sergio Perez finished 11th. What does that also coincide with, Reese?
I don't know.
Their car numbers.
Oh,
yes.
That's interesting. Yes,
so Red Bull made a little
true.
bit of a joke and said, look, Max Verstappen, car 1 in 1 and car 11 in 11. So they had
I think that is a
laugh.
bit of a dig at Perez for sure.
Yeah.
They will not be extremely happy at his current grid position, that is for sure.
Yeah, so a little bit funny there. And of course, if you guys are joining us, please do let us know where you're joining from, your thoughts on what's going to happen today in the stream. And also, if you guys are looking for a way to watch the Grand Prix along with us and have all the visuals and everything, be sure to go and look in the description of the video, and we explain exactly how you can do that all there. So go and have a look at that, and you can go and watch it for watch this for free and legally. And yeah, the Spanish, I think, is it the anthem right now that's going on, Reese? I think you can hear, I think the national anthem's being sung right now.
Yes, the Spanish and Catalonian anthems are currently going on.
Yeah, so once those are done, of course, we're then going to start emptying the grid a bit more and getting us all ready for the Spanish Grand Prix. Big day for Charles Leclerc, who's now currently on screen. And yeah, he knows that he's got to have a lot of work ahead of him with that new gearbox and starting right at the back of the grid. How far up do you think he can finish?
I mean, if he's able to find some pace from yesterday, he should be able to. I mean, Carlos Sainz looking quite rapid out here in Spain, putting himself in second place here on the grid. I mean, he should be in a good position to hopefully get in the points quite well here today.
Yeah. So if he can get points, that'd be fantastic. His teammate Carlos Sainz at home, and he's starting quite far up the grid. Of course, he's all the way up in second on the front, right next to Max Verstappen. What's the likelihood of him trying to take Verstappen into turn 1?
Well, I mean, he doesn't have the World Championship to think about, so he will certainly be taking more of a risk there, Max Verstappen, into turn 1. Whether he'll go for a deep lunge into turn 1, I don't necessarily know. I don't think he wants to compromise his race in that first corner, so he will also still be a little bit more cautious, hopefully, at least into that first corner. But I certainly think there might be a bit of an accident there. It is, in the past, well, it has shown that it is quite a dangerous first corner in race starts.
And I think also a lot of that is just to do with the fact that, it's quite a fast-paced first corner. It's not a massive breaking point. You do go through it quite quickly. It's quite wide at some points, and people do try and take advantage of that around the outside or otherwise the inside. And you will see people take that exit route just to the left of that turn as well, that we saw in qualifying yesterday, that people took to get out of the way of those on the fast lap. So you'll probably see a similar sort of thing happening, I think, in that first turn. Whole lot of comments here telling us where they're all from. I see South Africa, Belgium, Albania, India, and Burkina Faso. I haven't seen that in a while, so that's great to see as well. And welcome all of you to the stream and on Forever Sports. Yeah, we'd love to have you here, and be sure to subscribe to the channel, like the video, and turn on notifications as well, so that you can be notified about all future streams and all future news items with regards to Formula 1 and all other sports as well. And otherwise, you can also go and check out one of our partner channels, Forever Motorsports, which is, of course, the main channel dedicated to Formula 1. And if you guys are looking to understand what upgrades Mercedes have brought, of course, Mercedes talk with all those upgrades. You can go and check out a video recently on there that Reese very kindly put together for all of us, and explains it very well as to all of those upgrades that have been put on the Merc. Now, also other upgrades have been added to other teams, and one of those teams being McLaren, and seemingly working, Reese, with Norris all the way up in third after qualifying yesterday.
Yes, McLaren bringing a big upgrade package here to Spain, and as you said, it clearly has helped them quite a bit, with Lando Norris there being in third and Oscar Piastri in, I think it is 10th place there, Mark.
Yeah. So, it's... Well, I think it's actually ninth. Yeah, it is ninth.
Ninth, sorry.
Ninth, 10th, what? Oh, I can't quite see.
He's behind Fernando Alonso, that's all I know.
Yes. But, yeah, both of them getting into Q3, which is fantastic. So, the McLarens maybe turning the tables a little bit in terms of their car being useless. We saw Zach Brown, how incredibly chuffed he was with the finishing of Lando Norris up in third place yesterday. He almost feels like he saved his job a little bit, just for a little bit longer, of course, coming under big threat there in the McLaren job, Zach Brown, that is. And could Lando Norris take this third place and take the advantage, or do you think the faster cars are going to take advantage of him and just go past him, and then it's just going to be all fantastic in the beginning, but then he's just going to slowly drop through the grid?
Sorry, who was that, Mark? I was just reading
Lando
through the
Norris.
comments there. I think that car seems to have some pace. He looked like he was quite fast as well yesterday in the rain. So, I mean, I don't think we can discount him all that much. He's there on pace being in that third position. So whether he's kind to his tires, whether the degradation is not too bad on that car, and if his race pace is all right, he should be able to hopefully hold it out there with Max Verstappen. But we, of course, have Lewis Hamilton not far behind in P4, who's also going to be wanting to get a taste of that podium.
Yeah, Lewis Hamilton right up there for Mercedes, and his teammate George Russell not having a fantastic qualifying session yesterday, though.
No, George Russell all the way behind Sergio Perez out in Q2. I think they're currently in 15th and 16th. Not a great day from those two drivers at all.
Yeah, and somebody there just saying they're from Soweto, not too far away from where I am, Thomas. So nice to see you there. And Carl, yeah, saying if it rains, Hamilton will have a chance to upset everyone. Do you believe that as well? Because unfortunately, we have seen the weather prediction, and it doesn't look like there's going to be any rain really in this race. It looks like it's going to be fairly dry for most of the race. But if for some reason it changes and the rain comes, do you think that Hamilton would be in a beneficial position?
Well, I mean, the rain tends to help the more experienced drivers quite a lot. I mean, Fernando Alonso is brilliant in the rain. Lewis Hamilton has shown us as well that he can really perform quite well in the rain, as well as Max Verstappen, of course. So it may just benefit some of the more experienced drivers out there on the grid. But, I mean, you never know. Well, Lando Norris might have a bit of a flashback, though, to Russia if we do get some rain out there today.
Yeah, of course, we're just looking at the imagery here of Barcelona, the Barcelona Grand Prix, going to get going in just under 6 minutes. And Barcelona, of course, home to the famous football club as well, and the Catalonians. So a very historic Grand Prix. It's a very old Grand Prix. It's been around for quite some time, Spain. And a very exciting one, hopefully in store for us today, I hope.
Yes, Spain has always given us some great racing in the past, so hopefully we will get a very exciting race here this weekend.
And Ferrari are the most successful...
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, carry on there, Mark.
No, I was just saying Ferrari are the most successful constructors in this Grand Prix, but of course Red Bull been fairly dominant this season. I'm sure we're probably going to see another Red Bull win, unless upsets can be caused by those other teams just behind. You know, Red Bull are going to have a very good strategy for Sergio Perez, who's starting all the way down in 11th. But Max Verstappen, if he just maintains first in that first lap, I'm sure he'll surely run away with it. But he does have to put up with Carlos Sainz right alongside him. And Sainz and Fernando Alonso, the two home drivers, what do we think we can expect from them?
Well, I certainly think they'll be wanting to put on a good show here today for their home crowds. I mean, Fernando Alonso is certainly going to be on fire here in front of the Spanish crowd. I think that he really still has quite a lot of pace to show us today. He didn't get to show us his true potential yesterday in qualifying, down to him having some floor damage from Q2 when he went a little bit wide and went over the gravel, causing that bit of damage to his floor that his team fixed with some duct tape. But they have changed it up for today, and they will be able to hopefully challenge for that third spot on the step, maybe a second place even.
Yeah, and we are now running the main titles, people. So what we are going to do for you now is just something a little bit new, and we're just going to run you through the grid. And of course, we've got a video for that, so please do enjoy that, and we'll come right back to you right now. And here is your grid for the Spanish Grand Prix, taking place in just under 4 minutes' time. Right, so that was your grid for today. Well, that is at least is your grid for today. And yeah, very, very exciting to see all of these drivers all over the place, really, because we will have Charles Leclerc right at the back of the grid taking that grid place penalty for only one place, I grant, because he came 19th in qualifying yesterday. George Russell and Sergio Perez all the way down 11th and 12th. And then we have, of course, the Lando Norris's McLaren up in third, Sainz in second, Verstappen in first. So really, really, really mixed grid, and that's what we really want to see in Formula One.
Yes, a very, very exciting afternoon happening ahead of us with that big mixed up grid for sure. Just some stats about this racetrack. Our track distance is 4.6 kilometers here today, 2.8 miles if you are from the Americas. Our race lap distance is 66 laps here at this circuit, Barcelona. Our current race lap record is Max Verstappen's race lap time in 2021, which is a lap record of 1 minute and 18 seconds.
Of course, it's a very, very different lap record to what we're going to see today because the track has changed since then. But yeah, you know, he will be setting a new lap record for the future coming years with regards to F1, and hopefully it'll be a very quick time that might not be beaten in the future seasons.
Yes, just seeing some other stats here as well, saying that our top speed around the circuit is 307.2 kilometers an hour, 190.8 miles per hour. This track has 14 turns and an elevation of 29.63 meters. It is a much more traditional track than the last track that we had on our calendar last weekend in Monaco, but certainly very, very exciting to be back here in Spain, which has always given us some great races in the past. Just under 1 minute to go now until we get that green flag for the formation lap.
And in fact, we do have now all of those targ blankets coming off, and they've just pushed the cars back a little bit there. I see on Max Verstappen, just pushed him back. It's interesting. And
just now allowing Max to lay some rubber into his grip, into his grid box there. That is the strategy of that.
Very, very clever there. And yeah, we are about to have
see
the
there. Max Verstappen is starting on medium tires there, Mark.
Yes.
The majority of the rest of the grid starting on softs.
Yeah, very interesting strategy there from Red Bull. But of course, we have seen how Red Bull's tires generally seem to match the next tier up. So their medium tire seems to almost always be as quick as the soft tire on most of the other constructors. Their hard tires as quick as the mediums on others. So maybe this is a strategy to take the tires longer into the race and only a one stop, and then everybody else is going to have to try and maybe look for two. Who knows? These are all the different things. As we see Neymar Jr. in the currently just to the side of the track there, of course, very famous footballer Neymar. And yeah, we do have the first formation lap here in Spain, and then we will get going with the Spanish Grand Prix, which Reese will take you through the opening lap.
Yes, very, very exciting here for this race to get underway. Certainly been a lot of anticipation from Monaco to now, with so many upgrades being introduced to so many of the teams down the grid. I mean, Mercedes have, of course, had their upgrades in Monaco, and now getting to the bottom of them here in Spain. We have McLaren, who certainly seem to have found a lot of pace here today, putting their car into third in qualifying last night. We then also have those Alpines, who I also don't think we can necessarily count out just yet, Mark.
No, not at all, because the Alpines seem to have found pace.
Yes. We also have the Aston Martins bringing a lot of upgrades as well. Lance Stroll currently down in fifth. We also have Fernando Alonso, who had that damage during qualifying yesterday, only able to put his car into 8th position, but he will also be quite rapid, I think, on the start here.
Yeah, lots to look forward to with regards to Spain. As they're coming around the final two bends here, Max Verstappen and all the Ferrari fans are out in force, as are the Aston Martin fans, of course, for Fernando Alonso.
We see Charles Leclerc, though, still in his pit box. They will now let him out there. He will be starting this race from the pit lane. He will be starting from the pit lane because he did decide to take a new gearbox for this race. He's starting from P19 anyway. May as well take that grid penalty for a new gearbox.
Am I the only one who thinks that he's just been released a little bit early? Because he's just come out the pits already, Charles Leclerc. And they're not even really got not even 4 cars on that main straight yet. I think they could have held them for a little bit longer, keep those tires a little bit warmer, and that would be to an advantage, hopefully. But anyway, it's fine. We're going to see some great racing from Charles Leclerc, I'm sure.
Yes, hopefully we'll get a good fight from him making his way through the midfield. I mean, that should certainly be quite exciting to watch here today. Max Verstappen, though, already in his grid box.
Yeah, we are so close to lights out here in Spain as we see the final few cars coming around that bend. The Williams of Logan Sargent just bringing up the rear as per usual, you know, just make sure he monitors everybody. He knows the back of everybody's car very well these days. I'm sure he could probably win a contest in terms of identifying which car is which exactly. And yeah, Logan Sargent bringing up the rear, though. Charles Leclerc will have to come out behind him, starting from the pits, of course. So is another Williams, actually. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, that looks like Sargent starting from the pit lane. We do have that green flag. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 lights out. And away we go here. Looks like Carlos Sainz got quite a good start there. Max Verstappen, though, just getting ahead of him in that first set of his getaway. Max Verstappen, though, moved across to the inside. He pushes Carlos Sainz a little bit. Sainz goes quite a little bit ahead of him into that braking zone, but Max Verstappen holds onto P1. Who's that in P3 getting quite close there? Lewis Hamilton is in P3 with Lance Stroll now up into P4. The McLaren looks like it has damage. I can see a side pod or some damage there in its side pod. Certainly not a very good getaway. So we have Lance Stroll making a dive on Lewis Hamilton. Lando Norris on the radio saying he has damage.
Yeah, fantastic start for Lance Stroll so far.
Very, very bad start from the McLaren, unfortunately dropping multiple places. He's already all the way down in our timing board is just a bit delayed here.
Currently we have Verstappen in first, Sainz in second, Stroll in third, Hamilton in fourth.
Lando Norris yet again being told on the radio now to box. He'll be coming in to fix that damage. Max Verstappen took quite a big risk starting the race on the set of mediums, but he was just able to hold Carlos Sainz there in that opening stage of the start. Lando Norris falling all the way down to the back of the grid now as he comes into the pits.
Yeah, what an
once again
lap
to
there.
Go over our top. Yes, very, very exciting first lap there. Charles Leclerc, though, still in last place. We have a bit of a lunge now from Sergio Perez on the second McLaren of Oscar Piastri.
I mean, Stroll all the way up into third. Fantastic opening lap for Lance Stroll. Definitely the best I've seen him drive for a while. Alonso's into sixth, Ocon in fifth, Hamilton in fourth. So Sainz not able to take Verstappen there. I think he did have a better start.
Slow pit stop here for
Oh my word, there's
Norris.
a lot of smoke coming up from those brakes, I think it is.
Yes. So it looks like he broke his front right end plate off of his wing, and that just went into his air intake. As we see, is that George Russell and Fernando Alonso. Fernando Alonso now ahead of George Russell catching Fernando Alonso, I should say. Alonso under quite a lot of pressure there. Will George Russell make a bit of a lunge, though, into turn 11? No, he doesn't. He still stays back there in turn 10. I do apologize, not turn 11. Looking very, very tight, though, in that midfield at the moment, Mark.
Yeah, no, it's a great race start so far. And George Russell now just getting very close to Fernando Alonso. And I think that's going to be the battle we're going to follow just for a little bit as we enter lap 3 of the Spanish Grand Prix. And welcome to all of you who are watching online. And yeah, let us know of your thoughts and participate in that poll as we're going round here. Max Verstappen leading the pack. Carlos Sainz not falling too far away as Max Verstappen sets the fastest lap at 1 minute 20.4. Haas coming under pressure from the Alfa Romeo there. That is Zhou on Hulkenberg. So yeah, lots of little battles starting to take place as DRS is now enabled. And this is going to start changing a lot of positions, I'm sure.
It's very interesting to see how people had some very, very good qualifying pace yesterday, obviously in qualifying, but their race pace is not so significant to their quali pace. So I mean, we're seeing a lot of drivers falling a bit back, specifically that Haas.
Yeah, just looking at this restart here, how at the replay of the start,
Ooh,
Alonso had a brilliant start. By the way,
Alonso had cars 3 abreast. It was Russell, Piastri, and someone else there. It got so close.
Yeah, and I think
Norris just collided there with Hamilton. That is what caused that damage to Lando Norris's car.
Yeah, you can just see that that piece of debris just jumped right into the air. Luckily, falls just outside the track, so no cars were hit by it. But a fantastic start there for both of the Aston Martins. I mean, Stroll got away very, very nicely, as did Alonso. Alonso, unfortunately, just got basically held up by Norris' slow damage part there, because Alonso, I think, could have made it himself up into 5th or even 4th. He was really motoring, came right alongside his teammate Stroll, but wasn't able to capitalize due to the traffic ahead of him.
Yes, just watching that onboard from Lando Norris's race start, it just looked like not Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton backed off there on the back of the Ferrari into turn 3, and that caught Lando Norris off guard a little bit, and he just had to unfortunately smack into the side of Lewis Hamilton there, causing damage to that rear wing. Lewis Hamilton is very lucky that he didn't get any damage to his wheel.
Just watching that overtake of Lance Stroll on Lewis Hamilton. A fantastic move there from Lance Stroll, just diving in deep on the inside. And so far, some great racing from Lance Stroll. Hopefully, this is the turning point for the Aston Martin driver, who's had to rely on Alonso for all the points so far.
Yes, very good to see, though. So Max Verstappen isn't just running away with it. Carlos Sainz is 1.7 seconds off the back of him. Of course, they are on different tyres at the moment, but Max Verstappen not able to just completely run away with it just yet.
No, indeed, and still leading those by 2 seconds already. Though it is starting to become a little bit of a gap. Just looking at the big gains here, Russell's gained 5 positions already, up into 7th place. Magnussen all the way down to 13th has made up 4 positions, and Leclerc only 1 position, up into 18th at the moment. Tsunoda, oh hang on, we've got Haas and the Alfa Romeo. Zhou does take Hulkenberg, and Zhou moves into 8th place, and now Perez is right on Hulkenberg's tail, and he's going to have to put up with that as well.
Sergio Perez just trying to get past that Haas now of Nico Hulkenberg, getting very close to the back of him. We have a fastest lap, though, from Lando Norris all the way in last position at the moment. He is on a set of hards. Very interesting to see that Lando Norris is able to beat that lap of Max Verstappen.
Yeah, hopefully that's a telltale sign that he can maybe make use of the car he's got, and hopefully doesn't take too much of a hit from that damage he got in the first lap. Maybe he can try and take his hards long into the race and move himself further up the grid again. Hopefully that will be the case. So we currently do have Verstappen in first, Sainz in second, Stroll in third, Hamilton fourth, Ocon in fifth, Alonso 6th, Russell in 7th.
Yes, certainly still a very mixed up top 10 at the moment. Max Verstappen, as you said, in first, Sainz second, Lance Stroll in third. I did not expect to see Lance Stroll in third in a race here anytime soon after that race he had in Monaco last weekend.
Indeed, and we're just seeing here Sergio Perez really gaining massive amounts of ground on that Haas and easily with that DRS goes around the inside.
Yes. Very, very light work there for Sergio Perez, as he now has a little bit more work to get up the rest of that midfield to get to that podium. Well, Bottas is in the pit lane, though I don't know what that issue is for him.
Indeed, yeah, Bottas in the pits early.
Lots of people there in the comment section just chatting about Lando Norris. Very disappointing from him here today. Just getting a little bit too close there with Lewis Hamilton on that start line and completely losing his front right end plate on his front wing. That just got caught there in his air intake. So back into the pits. So, just watching on board with George Russell at the moment, who's currently sitting in P7, still not able to get past Fernando Alonso, Mark.
No, not able to get past Fernando Alonso as of yet, and just shows that Aston Martin and the Mercedes are very much competitive cars with each other. And Fernando Alonso, of course, a fantastic driver, though he is going to have to fend off from Russell, which is going to infringe on his race and his ability to catch Ocon ahead of him. So Ocon is going to be very much smiling at this, as we do see an attempted overtake there, and it's actually relatively easy for George Russell. He does take Alonso. Russell moves into sixth. A fantastic start for George Russell.
Yes, George Russell showing some good pace out here today after having such a terrible qualifying session yesterday. Carlos Sainz, though, now 3 seconds off the leader, Max Verstappen. Lance Stroll, 4.7 seconds. Is that off of the leader or off of Sainz?
It's off of the leader. It's off of the leader, yeah.
I was going to say, otherwise, that's a very big gap to Carlos Sainz.
Yeah, so Stroll still quite close to the Ferrari of Sainz right ahead of him, and Hamilton also quite close to Stroll. So we've got a very, very good battle here starting for second. So that's going to be very, very fun to watch, as Hamilton now is making some gains on Lance Stroll with that DRS open, and now Stroll's going to have to do some defending here, so he's going to drop off a little bit from Sainz, as you do start to see him drop a little bit now, almost 2 seconds already to Carlos Sainz ahead of him.
Yes, we want to see Lewis Hamilton fighting Lance Stroll at the moment. We would love to get that battle for third place. I'm sure Lewis Hamilton will be itching to get another podium under his belt. I'm sure he did not think he would have such a long wait till his next podium.
No, I don't think he was going to wait this long, but Lewis Hamilton now making
a bit of a move, though.
Makes a move. Does he go on the outside? Does he stick it? Oh, it's going to go very close. Very, very good driving there.
That's good driving from both of them, Lance Stroll and Lewis Hamilton. As we have
Piastri,
is that Piastri making a move on Tsunoda down into turn 1.
Piastri takes Hulkenberg in that Haas there, and Piastri moves up into 11th position. The McLarens seemingly finding a bit of pace. Unfortunately, Norris with that early damage, we couldn't really see what happened there, but the Mercedes really motoring through the field, Reese.
Yes, the Mercedes looking like they have some great race pace. That's certainly what we wanted to see here. It means that their upgrades are really, really working well. Those new side pods seem to be doing a much better job than their zero side podded concept. So we are at least getting a competitive Merc out here in Spain.
Yeah,
that should bode well for the rest of the season, Mark.
Yeah, very much so. And we're just seeing now Sergio Perez has got DRS, and he's seeing his next target. That is Zhou Guanyu. And Zhou Guanyu is getting very close to Fernando Alonso. He's also had a fantastic start, Zhou Guanyu here. So let's see if he can keep this up in that Alfa Romeo. Another fastest lap is put in by Max Verstappen.
Yes, Max Verstappen still on fire out there at the moment. His fastest time being a 1:19.8, not far off of his lap record here, which was a 1:18 point something. Just being asked there in the comment section, what tires are everyone on at the moment? Max Verstappen is on a set of softs.
Sergio Perez makes a dive on Guanyu Zhou, and he does make it stick, and Sergio Perez now moves into 8th place, now hunting down Fernando Alonso ahead of him. Sergio Perez starting very well as well, and on medium tires, notably, whereas Alonso and Zhou on soft tires. Sorry, carry on.
Yes, very, very good move there from Sergio Perez. Just talking about what tires everyone is on at the moment. We have Max Verstappen on a set of mediums, then Sainz on a set of softs. The rest of the grid pretty much on softs, except for the other Red Bull, also on a set of mediums. Leclerc on hards, Sargent on mediums, I don't think you really care about him too much. Bottas on a set of hards, Hulkenberg on a set of mediums, and Norris also on a set of hards after having to make that his broken front.
Yeah, Leclerc on hards is also notably interesting. He's moved up into 15th place as a result of a couple of pits as well, but hopefully he can move up the grid very, very quickly. He's already hunting down De Vries, and he's within DRS range, and the Ferrari should hopefully make light work of the AlphaTauri, and Leclerc moving into the top 10 hopefully quite quickly as well, and then we'll see him challenging some better drivers as well.
Max Verstappen, though, still having some really, really good pace out there at the moment. Still 4.5 seconds ahead of Carlos Sainz on a set of mediums. Looks like those Alfa Romeos are bringing their second car for another pit stop. Zhou coming into the pits for his new set of hards. Very, very good pit stop from them. Not too slow, 3.7 seconds. Not the greatest, but not too bad.
No, not too bad either. De Vries with a 3-second stop, so that'll be good for him to try and maybe catch Zhou as well. I've just seen George Russell here trying to take Ocon, I think it is. Yes, Ocon. He's getting within a second now, and these two Mercs are really, really motoring around the circuit quite quickly, and it's fantastic to see that the upgrades seem to be working.
Yes, very, very good to see those upgrades working at the moment. Will we get more complaining, though, from that Brit of George Russell asking to get past his teammate again? Pierre Gasly getting past that Haas there of Kevin Magnussen. Very, very good overtake there from him. As we see Lewis Hamilton still very... Well, sorry, that is George Russell now getting very close to Lance Stroll. So Lance Stroll, sorry, Esteban Ocon.
Yeah, and he does make a move there, and he goes on the inside.
Very, very late dive.
Very, very late dive there from George Russell. He moves up into 5th place, and yeah, these Mercs are very much hunting everybody down ahead of them.
Yes, they look like they have some really, really good pace out there. We keep saying it, but I mean, we're very, very shocked about this pace coming from the Mercedes this weekend. George Russell is now behind Lance Stroll. Sergio Perez currently behind Fernando Alonso. Fernando Alonso not finding that pace that I thought he would have here today. Currently 0.9 seconds between those two drivers.
Fernando Alonso struggling a little bit to get some pace here, and having to fend off. I think the problem is doing a lot of defending to some what seems to be superior cars. I think the Mercedes has made enough gains to take itself ahead of the Aston Martin car. So the only thing, though, I'm noting that Sainz is still 1.7, 1.6 seconds ahead of Hamilton and keeping that distance. So the Ferrari seemingly managing theirs. Leclerc is also up into 11th place as a result of a lot of pit stops. And let's see how long he can stay on these hards. Just watching a replay here of the joining onto the track. Or actually
this might get a
overtake. Oh, my word. Fantastic driving from the Haas there of, I think that is Hulkenberg. Great driving because he overtakes...
Yuki Tsunoda coming out of the pits there.
Yeah.
As well as also got past Zhou Guanyu there as well. So very, very lucky not to have caused an accident there, Yuki Tsunoda, but very, very good driving on the other hand from Kevin Magnussen.
Hulkenberg, I think, yeah.
Sorry, Nico Hulkenberg.
Yes. And we have just hit 3,000 people in the stream as a fastest lap has just been put in by Hulkenberg as well. So that's quite interesting to note. But thank you very much for tuning into Forever Sports, everybody. Be sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel as well, turn on all notifications, and otherwise let us know where you're watching from as well, and your thoughts so far as we're entering the 12th lap of the Spanish Grand Prix.
Yes, getting very, very exciting here. We should have hopefully a fight between Carlos Sainz and Lewis Hamilton. That gap ever so slightly coming down every lap. 1.4 seconds currently between Lewis Hamilton and Carlos Sainz, both fighting for that P2 spot. 1.3 seconds now between Sainz and Lewis Hamilton. I mean, I certainly didn't expect to have a fight here for second place here today.
No, not at all. And Sainz dropping off from Verstappen, but as you say, Hamilton just making up that ground on that Ferrari. So these Mercedes, I just cannot believe how much pace they've found already. I mean, so much quicker than they have been for the whole season.
Yes, I mean, Mercedes, it just shows they needed to get rid of that zero side pod concept. I think they are kicking themselves a little bit now, but I mean, they thought they had something in that zero side pod concept, so of course they were going to try it out. But now they have ditched it, and they seem to have found a lot more pace out here.
Just makes you think what would have happened if they'd gone with side pods right at the beginning of the season.
Yes, of course. I mean, they would have been so fast by now. Science being told, switch position, Sierra confirmed, status 4. Then Science just saying, be patient, pace is good.
Being interesting.
Very cryptic messages coming from Ferrari.
Yeah,
I mean, as per usual.
Yeah, Ferrari's concept behind radio messages is bizarre to me. I mean, I do think they hide a lot more than they necessarily need to, or they just talk a lot more than most teams, because I think most teams know what the strategies are. They don't need to permanently go and say, this is what's happening, this is what's happening, this is what's happening. It's a weird one from Ferrari. They've always got unique messages. As we do see, the pit window for the soft tyres has opened, so we're going to see a lot of pitting, I'm sure, very shortly. And let's see if anybody can undercut it. We do see an Alpine dive into the pits there. I think that is Ocon. Yeah, it is.
We now have Esteban Ocon in the pits. Very good pit stop from him. 2.3 seconds currently out on a set of mediums. So that soft tire is currently at the end of its lifetime. So everyone is coming in and putting on a set of mediums. Still a lot of cars, though, that do need to come in and pit. We have a lot of traffic, though, that might be trying to get past that car of Esteban Ocon. No, Esteban Ocon does not get past there by Nico Hülkenberg. Yuki Tsunoda, though, looking like he may pick up some of the pieces there. 3 abreast, though, into turn 3. 3 cars all fighting there in one position as Yuki Tsunoda does get past. Is that Zhou Guanyu? Yes, it is. Now Yuki Tsunoda will be putting some pressure on the back of Nico Hülkenberg there into turn 5. Very good racing there from Yuki Tsunoda.
Yeah, great racing in the battle for 14th here. Hülkenberg, Tsunoda, and Guanyu Zhou. And Guanyu Zhou getting very close now to Yuki Tsunoda to maybe try and take that position again. And yeah, Hülkenberg just leading them out, and Hülkenberg seemingly now starting to form a small bit of a gap to them, as we now see a Mercedes here of Hamilton gaining very close to Sainz. He's within DRS range now, so now we're going to see Sainz under pressure from the Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton, something we've not seen for ages, as Russell's now moves into 4th as a result of some pitting from Stroll. Stroll now in the pits. Let's hope that's a good pit stop for Aston Martin. It looks like it was all
very
right.
Good so far. Yes, that should be a sub 3 second. At least 2.6 seconds is the time for that pit stop from Lance Stroll. He is on another set of softs here at the moment. I don't know if he started on a set of mediums, Mark.
No, he started on mediums. Yeah, that's no, she started on soft. Sorry, for Stroll. So yeah, that's another set of
double
softs.
soft pins.
Yeah,
double soft. Yes.
Definitely a 2-stop strategy, and I'm interested to know what tyres they take for the rest of the session. Do they maybe move on to hards after this? Will they pit Fernando Alonso for softs as well, or will they move him on to a hard tyre straight away? Lots of things to be seen.
Yes, certainly. I think they should keep them on a split strategy, though. It's always better to split that strategy. You never know what's going to happen here in this race. We may get a safety car very soon. We may get some rain. Who knows what will happen here in Spain?
Yeah. As we now see Lance Stroll is now trying to battle with a Williams here after having coming out of the pits. It's Sargent. I'm sure he'll make light work of that. It is only Logan Sargent. As we see, Hamilton has now taken 2nd place as a result. Sainz has gone into the pits. So Hamilton moves into 2nd, and Lance Stroll does make that move on the Williams, and he does take him. Pit stop here for Carlos Sainz.
Ferrari is in the pits, though.
And he's moved into medium tyres.
2.9 seconds from that pit stop for Carlos Sainz. Him on the radio. He said there on the radio, wide but okay. He now comes out behind his teammate.
I think he's just questioning why he's not in hard tyres, perhaps, Carlos Sainz there. But anyway, I'm sure he'll kick on and keep going. Alfa Romeo here now making the move on Nico Hülkenberg, I think it is.
Getting very close there.
Guanyu Zhou does make it stick.
Very good racing from those two. Yes, Guanyu Zhou does get past Nico Hülkenberg there. We now have 4,000 people watching in our stream. Thank you very much for tuning in. Please do like and subscribe to our channel, as well as drop us a comment down there in the comment section letting us know where you are watching from, as well as any questions. Hamilton on the radio. Just being told his pace is currently still looking very good. I think just a little bit worried about the fact that Carlos Sainz has come into the pits and the Mercedes have not jumped just yet. Just watching a replay here of this pass from, I think it is Zhou Guanyu, yes, on Nico Hulkenberg there. Very, very good move from Zhou Guanyu, moving down onto the inside line there into turn one. Just taking a bit of a deep lunge, but making it work there and stick on Nico Hulkenberg.
Yeah, now Carlos Sainz now trying to take Charles Leclerc, and he does go up the inside. I think that was a strategy move, as now Leclerc is told to box. It's very interesting. It's very early for him to come in after starting on hard tyres. It's a bit of a weird one, don't you think?
Yes, certainly is very, very early for him to be out and getting off of those hard tyres. He's out on a set of softs at the moment, so splitting his strategy a little bit differently. He may be doing a hard, soft, and then medium tyre stint today.
It's just very bizarre to have started on hards and taken it, almost pitting at the same time as everybody else with the softs and the mediums. So not making much use of the hard tyre. Maybe it wasn't going to last as long as they thought it would.
Yes, I mean, maybe they just saw some high degradation on their tyres here today. We've always seen, though, that Ferrari seem to battle a bit with their tyre degradation, especially on more traditional circuits.
Lando Norris now trying to take Charles Leclerc. Sorry, I just see his battle forming here.
Looks very, very exciting. We're getting some great battles down in the midfield here today. We have Yuki Tsunoda making a change in positions there on Logan Sargent for P11. We do have a bit of a fight going on at the moment between I think George Russell and Lewis Hamilton. They certainly seem to be very close together. Yet again, it looks like another repeat of Monaco last weekend with those two Mercedes, hopefully jostling for positions.
No. I think you're just reading it slightly wrong. Russell is quite a bit of a distance off of Hamilton.
I thought that was gap to lead.
Yeah, it's gapped to each car in front of them, and Hamilton's got a big space to his teammate Russell. But Russell has made up many, many places after starting all the way down at 12th position, moving up to third. And some people querying in the comments as well, I notice, as to why he didn't get penalised there, as the stewards did say that he was noted and won't be penalised, but he did go and take the diverting line on that on the first turn there, and as a result of Norris's damage, he took 5 positions in that turn. So very interesting to note that they didn't penalise him for that, but I suppose it wasn't necessarily his fault that as he went down there to get out of the way, that all the other drivers happened to have a little bit of a contact there and slow down. So it works for George Russell. He's not going to be complaining.
Yes, certainly has worked out for him, but very interesting that they did not tell him to return back to his previous position. I mean, in going back to the Formula One game, I mean, that would penalise you for doing something like that in turn one.
Yeah. We've got a Ferrari here of, I think it's Sainz on Gasly.
Yes, Carlos Sainz.
Carlos Sainz getting very close to Gasly here, just seeing how he takes that turn. The Ferrari seems to just handle that turn quite a lot better than the Alpine, and he's now motoring at pace here, coming around that final corner with DRS now just about to be available. I think he could make a lunge down the inside, as Russell's on the radio saying a lot more pace in these tyres, need to look forwards, not behind. And Sainz now makes a move on Gasly, and he's going to dive around the inside for that first turn. Makes really, really light work of it. Gasly on old soft tyres, still out there on softs. Alonso still also on softs. Hamilton and Russell also on softs. Those are the ones that have not pitted as of yet. I think everybody else, bar the Red Bulls, have not pitted as of yet. Now seeing a replay here of Oscar Piastri as he makes a move on, I think it is De Vries. It is De Vries here, and he does make it stick as he dives down the inside. Now he's got the Haas ahead of them. McLaren's looking all right today. But unfortunately, Norris taking that damage in the opening lap, not allowing him to challenge.
Quite a lot of votes coming in at the moment for our poll. Please do go and vote for that if you have not just yet. Our poll currently at the moment just asking who will win in Spain. We will also put up a driver of the day poll near the end of the race. But our current predictions are Max Verstappen with 62%, Carlos Sainz with 15%, Lewis Hamilton then with 16%, 17% as I say that, and Alonso with 6%. Oscar Piastri just watching that replay from him yet again, taking that position from Nick De Vries. He did apologize to the team yesterday for not being able to put in a great lap time at the end of his qualifying session, but still a good day for him at the moment.
And we see Alonso now coming into the pit lane. This needs to be a very good pit for Fernando Alonso to try and salvage this race. He's not had a brilliant start.
Right,
not the worst.
A little bit slower there, unfortunately. That should be a 3 something. No, 2.7. Not
oh, it's a slow pit stop for Gasly, though. That's going to benefit Alonso. Gasly has a slow pit stop of 3.9 seconds. Had a little bit of an issue there in the back rear. And Alonso's going to come out here fighting with the Alfa Romeo of Guan Yu Zhou. Now he's going to be chasing him down. Alonso now in 10th position, and he's come out on soft tyres. So Don't know why the graphic says hards. It's definitely on soft tyres. Now a move is made from, I think that's Charles Leclerc.
Charles Leclerc there. Yes, Charles Leclerc is that Pierre Gasly down into 15th place now.
16th now. So Charles Leclerc up into 15th place, now hunting down De Vries ahead of him. Let's see how Charles Leclerc can do. His teammate Carlos Sainz currently sitting in 5th. However, he's pitted, whereas the front 4 have not. Be interesting to note when Mercedes dive into the pits as well.
Yes, I mean, still, as we said earlier, still a lot of people to pit Max Verstappen on that set of hards. Hamilton and Russell also not yet pitted, and Sergio Perez. We should have a very, very interesting race happening, hopefully between these Mercedes and Red Bulls.
And we have now just hit 5,000 viewers. Thank you very much all for watching. Be sure to subscribe to the channel whilst you're here, and like the video, comment down below, ask us some questions. We'll try and read them every now and then in between the action that we're seeing here. Currently in lap 21 of the Spanish Grand Prix. Max Verstappen in first, Hamilton and Russell in those Mercs in second and third, looking very, very good for their money as we see a South African flag in the background there, Reese. And
now I saw that there into turn 10.
A move from Alonso on Zhou, and he moves into 9th.
Move from Alonso.
And another move now from Piastri, who's doing very well so far today. He's moved into 11th place ahead of Hulkenberg. Oscar Piastri moving through the grid. The McLaren's providing some entertainment for the first time in ages, as Gasly has retaken the position on Leclerc, just by the way, down further on the grid. Don't know how that's happened.
Yeah, it's been very, very interesting so far. That change into into turn 13. It used to be a chicane. Now it is a straight-on corner where you don't have to brake as much as with that chicane. Certainly shows that it's been helping a lot with overtaking. Just a replay of that pit stop from Pierre Gasly. It was very slow there, unfortunately, and just had a bit of a slow stop. Charles making a move here on an Alfa Romeo, also just capturing some traffic there coming out of the pits. He also got into turn 1. Lots of people asking what happened to Charles Leclerc. Charles Leclerc hasn't had any damage or any crashes. Unfortunately, he started from the pit lane after having a terrible qualifying session yesterday, qualifying in P19. He then decided to take a new gearbox for this race. Well, Ferrari team decided to take a new gearbox, and then he decided to start from the pit lane.
And now just watching, a fastest lap has just been put in by Pierre Gasly in the Alpine. So that's, again, something very cool to see. Pierre Gasly with the fastest lap, 1 minute 19.43. And now seeing some battling here from an AlphaTauri of, I think it is De Vries on Magnussen.
Nick De Vries, yes,
Nick De Vries now chasing down the Magnussen. The Haas of Magnussen, coming into the final couple of corners here. Let's see how close he can get to that Haas so that he can come onto that DRS straight with lots of pace. Oh no, not quite, wrong part of the track, sorry, but nonetheless, he's getting very close to that Haas.
Yes, he is getting quite close to the Haas. He can get a bit closer here, turn 7 and 8, before that tricky long right-hander into that DRS straight of turn 9. Now coming through turn 7. Still very, very close to him now, coming through that tricky right hand. He's getting put on, the pressure's being put on from behind from, I think that is Pierre Gasly.
Yeah, indeed.
So Nick De Vries will need to get past Kevin Magnussen as soon as possible if he does not want to lose that place to Pierre Gasly, who's certainly breathing down.
Oh my word, look
at
how close he's getting Pierre Gasly. He's really motoring through the Alpine.
He's got so much pace there.
This could be a very, very interesting corner here as Nick De Vries is trying to make a move on the Haas of Kevin Magnussen on this main straight, and so is Pierre Gasly on Nick De Vries. Both of their DRSs are wide open. Nick De Vries gaining very quickly on the Haas ahead of him, but so is Pierre Gasly on Nick De Vries. Will they make any moves here? Not going to get quite close enough, although Nick De Vries does dive down the inside, but the Haas defends. And now Alpine of Gasly makes advantage of it, and he dives down the inside, and he takes him. Fantastic driving there from Pierre Gasly.
Yes, Pierre Gasly just took a bit of a lunge there and got past Nick De Vries, who was following the Haas, trying to get a bit defensive there. And that was a big, unfortunate loss from Nick De Vries.
Yeah, Nick De Vries tried the move, and as a result, he lost his position. So, yeah, unfortunate for him there. The Haas doing quite well to defend, and basically opening up the opportunity for Pierre Gasly and that Alpine to take Nick De Vries, who was attacking Magnussen. So quite some clever driving from Magnussen there, just more or less blocking him off and putting himself under less pressure. Now we can see Leclerc is hunting down De Vries ahead of him. De Vries about to lose some more positions.
Yes, I see James P just gifted a whole bunch of memberships to people down there in the chat. If you did win those memberships, congratulations. Welcome to a member of Forever Sports. We'll certainly hope to see you in all of our streams that we do have going, as we currently have 5,700 of you watching. It was 600. As I started saying that, it jumped up to 700. Very, very glad to have all of you watching alongside with us.
So he's just got an Alpine here of Gasly going past Magnussen very, very easily. Just as he did pretty much on De Vries.
Past him, really.
And Leclerc gaining a huge amount of time on De Vries, but Leclerc not moving up as quickly as I thought he would so far today, only up to 16th. His teammate Carlos Sainz sitting in 5th, but the top 4 have still yet to pit. Hamilton 11.5 seconds behind Verstappen, Russell 8.9 seconds behind his teammate Hamilton, and Perez 6.5 seconds behind Russell. Hamilton, however, now being told to box, so now we will have a pit stop from Mercedes. As I say all of that just typical. But Hamilton now in the pits. Let's see how quickly he can get through.
Yes, Hamilton will be wanting to have a very good pit stop here. He is going onto a set of mediums there. Little bit slow there, not absolutely optimal. 3 seconds, not bad, not good. But he is out of that pit box now and making his way down the pit straight.
Lewis Hamilton now on the medium tyre, and just where's it go?
We have that Ferrari of Charles Leclerc chasing down and a couple of those back markers at the moment. Charles Leclerc chasing down Kevin. Well, I was going to say Kevin Magnussen, but he has now gone into the pits. He's chasing Nick de Vries, getting very close to the back of him, but Nick de Vries does have DRS open at the moment, keeping him safe.
Yeah, and Magnussen now in the pits as well. Let's see what tyres he comes out with. He's dropping down all the way down into 19th, and we're waiting for his pit stop time. But just a battle here, as you say, Leclerc on de Vries, getting very, very close. Just watching a replay here of Gasly taking... who is this now? I think that is the Haas of... No, it's just watching that double well, not double overtake, but the overtake on Nick de Vries. Yeah, just a fantastic move there from Pierre Gasly, sticking it out right to the end there, and as a result, takes Nick de Vries.
That's very good overtake there from Pierre Gasly, just taking that opportunity from Nick de Vries, who was under a bit of pressure there and chose to go the wrong way when that has got a little bit defensive. Pierre Gasly, very, very smart race tactics there, though. Lots of people, though, asking what is happening to Lando Norris. Lando Norris, of course, started in P3, had a super bad, well, a good start, but unfortunately, into turn 2, him and Hamilton came together, he lost his front wing end plates that went into his side pod a little bit. They had to come into the pits and change onto new tyres. That all happened in lap 1. Lando Norris just has not seemed to find any pace after that. Unfortunately, there might be a little bit of carbon stuck in his floor or something. We've seen how sensitive these floors are, as we see Charles Leclerc making his way past Nick de Vries now.
Yeah, and Lando Norris, unfortunately, after that damage in the first lap, still not able to make any headway on anybody above him, all the way down in 20th. As we see now, the race leader, Max Verstappen, diving into the pits. Let's see what tyres they put him onto. I think we're probably going to see some hard tyres or maybe another set of mediums. No, it is indeed the hard tyre. Max Verstappen's going to come out of the pits. He should come out ahead of everybody else. Perez all the way 30 seconds behind him almost.
2.2-second pit stop. Very, very good pit stop from Max Verstappen. We do have 6,000 people now watching alongside with us. Thank you very much for tuning in. Great to have you all alongside with us. Please do like the video and subscribe to our channel, as well as please do check that link down in the description if you do want to watch the Formula One alongside with us.
Yeah, Max Verstappen coming out on those hard tyres and still ahead of his teammate Perez, who's now only 6 seconds behind him, but Perez still yet to stop. I think the only driver on the grid yet to stop, so Perez is going to need to dive into the pits very, very soon. Lance Stroll still now in 5th as a result of that pit stop from Russell. So Lance Stroll still competing for Aston Martin. Just watching a replay here of the Haas. Oh, my word, just completely missed the pit stop there. Just seeing how the back jack didn't quite work at all.
Yeah. That did not look good, unfortunately.
So currently in lap 27 of the Spanish Grand Prix. No real battles at the moment, although a fastest lap has just been put in from Kevin Magnussen in the Haas on hard tyres. So that's very interesting to see.
Putting in such good pace on hards, yes.
So currently have the two Red Bulls in first and second, Perez yet to pit, Sainz in third, Hamilton in fourth, Stroll in fifth, Russell in sixth, Ocon 7, Tsunoda 8, Alonso only
Russell
in ninth.
on the radio saying rain at turn 5, Mark. Rain at turn 5.
As I keep saying this whole weekend, he keeps doing this. It's Russell always the first one to note weather. Russell's always the first one to go and say,
Sergio Perez in the pits at the moment. Sorry to interrupt you, but Sergio Perez coming into the pits at the moment for new tyres. May this be a bit of a gamble, seeing as we have light rain in turn 5.
Yeah, indeed, light rain.
I did see some predictions for tiny amounts of rain here, so it may not affect drivers here. They might be able to stay out on their dry tires. But if we do get some heavier rain, we can see it is a little bit dark there in the background as we are shown the start finish straight there. Maybe we may be getting some more we may be getting some more rain in here. Lewis Hamilton getting past. Who was that there? He got past. Mark?
Sorry, I'm just trying to do some stuff here, just sorting out.
Getting past Sainz, so easy there.
Yeah, Hamilton does move back into second place ahead of the Ferrari of Carlos Sainz. Now that's as a result of his pit stop, which means that it has worked very well there for Hamilton. And Russell not too far behind the Ferrari of Sainz, but Stroll now on relatively old tyres in fifth. I think
I can see Christian Horner just sticking his hand out of that pit box there to feel if the rain is coming down that start-finish straight at the moment.
Yeah, I'm interested to know if rain will affect us. We do see some
dark clouds in the background.
Yeah, a lot of dark clouds. Now looking at the weather radar is saying that there could very much be a little bit of rain starting to build from the south. Oh my word, hello. Huge amount of possible rain coming in from the west direction. So it's going to come in from the west heading towards the east. So yeah, that could very much affect the track and the race today. And what a spanner in the works that could throw.
Yes, for sure. I mean, that will be very interesting. It will certainly shake things up a bit if we do get some rain here. I mean, it certainly shook things up in Monaco last weekend. Hopefully, we'll get another one of those repeated late race rains here. We are currently in lap 29 of 66 here. Still a long way to go for the Spanish Grand Prix.
Indeed, and James just making a comment based on what I also said, is that Russell should go and become a weatherman when he retires, because he just seems to always know when the weather starts to change. He's always the first driver, and I've just made a joke about it for this last week and a bit, is that Russell always seems to comment on the weather straight away. He's the first one to notice. He goes, hey, there's rain here, there's rain, there's this happening. So everybody's using him for information, basically.
Yes, I mean, it's certainly helpful for us commentators when George Russell does see the rain out there, because he always lets us know. Lots of people asking at the moment what's happened to Lando Norris. Just to repeat again, Lando Norris had a very bad start here with him and Lewis Hamilton coming together into turn 2 before turn 3, just breaking Lando Norris's front wing. That went into his side pods. He had to come in for new mediums or hards. I can't remember what he was put on first, but he is currently running down all the way in 20th.
Yeah, very disappointing for Lando Norris, who I'm sure was hoping an opportunity was going to come about, but as I say, contact with Hamilton into turn 1 just pretty much ended all of those hopes. Also, just noting something interesting here, Russell's taken the fastest lap, and he is gaining massively on Carlos Sainz ahead of him, only 4.8 seconds behind him now, as we see Perez getting very close to Fernando Alonso, who's down in 8th. Perez on hard tyres, Fernando Alonso on old soft tyres, and Perez is now breathing down Fernando Alonso's neck to move into that 8th position.
Yes, Fernando Alonso not having the greatest race day out here today. Still in the same position where he started this race in 8th at the moment. Sergio Perez wanting to get further up the grid after that pit stop of his, only all the way down back in 9th. But still a very long race ahead of us, especially if we do have that rain incoming. We still have another 35 laps to go.
And Fernando Alonso just permanently looking at his rearview mirrors there, and all he's seeing is the Red Bull of Sergio Perez, and Perez now getting so close to Alonso as we come into the final corner here onto that DRS straight, and that will allow Sergio Perez to surely take Fernando Alonso into the first turn, and we'll see now the speed just increase as DRS is opened, and look at how quickly that Red Bull motors towards the Aston Martin. Will Alonso defend? He's not going to bother trying to defend against Sergio Perez.
That was so easy for Perez.
And Perez gets past him with that DRS wide open, moves himself into 8th. Fernando Alonso now in 9th position. Tsunoda up at 7th, but he still needs to pit, I think.
Someone there asking in the comments, will Lewis Hamilton get a penalty for that incident with Lando Norris? No, of course not. It was in the first lap of the race. In the first few corners, it will definitely be a racing incident, as well as it was Lando Norris's fault a little bit there, because he just not react to Hamilton lifting off the accelerator there for P2 of Carlos Sainz, who seems to slow down a little bit off the back of Max Verstappen there in that opening phase of the race.
Hulkenberg just taking Sargent out in 18th place. Hulkenberg moving into 17th now as a result that overtakes Sargent, just dropping through the grid as usual, unfortunately.
So, just giving a good comment there, saying how did Tsunoda sneak his way into P7? Tsunoda seems like he's having a very, very good race day out here today.
Yeah, Tsunoda doing relatively decently okay, but I think he still needs to pit on those current tyres there, so I think he will drop further down the grid. But Russell saying, is anyone else reporting rain? I think it's sweat from the inside of my helmet. Sounds like it's just you reporting the rain. I suspect it might be the sweat. So George Russell maybe not moving into the weatherman position, mistaking his own perspiration for weather. So, yeah. Not doing very well there, George Russell.
No, not necessarily. I think you can retract those comments, Mark.
No, I'm still going to say he's going to go to become a weatherman, because he's doing exactly what all the weather people do. They predict the weather and they get it horribly wrong. So,
well, yeah, true.
Carlos Sainz now in third place. Russell really gaining massively on him, only 2.5 seconds behind. I think we're going to start to see a battle for third start to develop between the Mercedes and the Ferrari.
Yes, I certainly think we'll see Russell starting to challenge Carlos Sainz very soon. I mean, those Mercedes seem to be a lot faster than the Ferraris this weekend.
Mercedes, I just cannot believe how much pace they've managed to find with those upgrades. I didn't think it would improve them that much, but seemingly massively. And
yes, I mean, I certainly was hoping we'd see a big change from the Mercedes outfit this weekend, and we certainly have been gifted that. I mean, I didn't expect this much pace from them, but I'm not necessarily complaining. It's nice to see some cars fighting throughout the rest of the grid.
Yeah, indeed. And just a very, very nice comment. I'm just trying to find it now because there are so many, and I'm just trying to go back through it. But a really lovely comment there, which I just want to read out from... I'm trying to find it. My word, it's gone away. There you go. From Guabav D, I think I'm saying it right. It says, thanks, guys, for such a lovely podcast. For those who don't have F1 subscription, very much appreciated. And... yeah, it says, geez, he answered my question. This is a great channel. Besides being great commentators, love it, from Trevor. Thank you guys so much for the comments. We really do love the appreciation, and we do try our best to try and give you the best coverage of Formula 1. And quite frankly, guys, even if you do have Formula 1, be sure to try and have us alongside and use our commentary. It's a little bit more interesting. It's a little bit more interactive. We do try to read comments, but as you can see today, we've got 6,500 people watching. Comments are coming aplenty. It's a little bit difficult, and of course, lots of action on the track as well to commentate.
Yes, certainly very, very great to have all of you watching alongside with us. Still a lot of action going out on track, as we do have Sergio Perez getting past that AlphaTauri of Yuki Tsunoda. Yuki Tsunoda didn't make it very difficult for that senior car. Of course, he does not want to upset the senior management of Red Bull Racing, so he will get quite well out of the way there for Sergio Perez. We do have that view now of George Russell, just how far away he is from Carlos Sainz. Not far at all now. 1.4 seconds off the back of Carlos Sainz.
These Mercs just seemingly very, very quick today, and Russell building a huge gap as well to Stroll behind him, almost 10 seconds already. So Russell gaining, as we see now, an overtake from Perez on Ocon, and now Perez moves into 6th position on hard tyres, and Perez is hunting down the top of the field as well. So far, a good race for Perez, very well managed by the Red Bull team. Let's see if they can keep it up for the remainder of the race. About halfway through the race now, 34 laps out of 66 completed.
Yes, certainly very, very competitive so far. I mean, that cloud in the background getting so dark. Maybe we will get some rain a little bit later, but at the moment, still looking nice and dry out there. Just watching again with George Russell over the back of Carlos Sainz. He is now within 1 second, so he will have DRS down this next main straight. Will he be able to get close enough, though, to make a move, Mark?
I don't know. I think, quite frankly, given how quickly he's gained time on Sainz, I think he may well try and make a move. Is he coming around the final corner now? Let's see if he opens that DRS and how close he gets. I don't think he will necessarily make a stick. It looks a bit too far away, but he's certainly going to get very close.
0.6 seconds off the back of him. 0.5 already now. That time dropping so quickly.
DRS open, and
he is
flying
getting very,
down.
Very close. Will he make a move?
Look at how quickly
he does
they are
go
moving.
Down the inside. Will he be able to make it stick, though? Yes, he does. George Russell gets past Carlos Sainz there for P3. We currently have 2 Mercedes on the podium. What an incredible move from George Russell.
Yeah, fantastic move there from George Russell. And that Mercedes machine just seems to be so good now. Stroll back into the pits, I noticed, quite early on there for Stroll. And he's going to drop all the way down into 11th position. They've moved him onto the hard tyre, I think that is. Yeah, the hard tyre. So Stroll's going to need to take these tyres for a long time now. And Reese, just an interesting comment I found along the way there. And I don't know how you want to take this, but somebody said Reese sounds like Will Buxton.
I'm not very I mean, that's a compliment for me. I quite enjoyed Will Buxton's commentary there. So great to have that comment from you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so it's more people just going and commenting. And guys, we really do thank you so much for all these comments. We do read most of them. I'm not necessarily going to read them out on stream, but somebody else is saying thank you so much for the stream, etc. So really do appreciate it, guys. As we are heading towards that 7,000 mark, let's try and get across 7,000 viewers. As Oscar Piastri is now fighting with Pierre Gasly right behind him for that 9th position. He's going to have to fend off from Pierre Gasly in that Alpine. And Pierre Gasly on medium tyres and also setting a few fastest laps today. He's having a half-decent race himself. And the grid is just permanently evolving, as we just see now a replay of George Russell overtaking Carlos Sainz. And that Mercedes with that DRS open has been good, but not as good as today. I mean, that DRS is really working for them, almost similar to like the Red Bulls in terms of how quickly they've caught the cars ahead of them.
Yes, certainly seems to be working very, very well for them. I wonder if it is just down to that last sector, not having that chicane in it anymore. It certainly has been helping with overtaking all weekend, not just in Formula 1, but also in Formula 2 and Formula 3, which we've had running here all weekend long.
Yeah, and we just see a slow pit stop there for Ocon. A slow pit stop for Ocon, unfortunately, results in him now coming out all the way down in 14th behind Tsunoda and Stroll. And, of course, he was trying to get ahead of Tsunoda to try and challenge Stroll, but not the greatest pit stop, and that's allowed Tsunoda to get ahead of him. So, Sainz now on the radio. Reese, what is he saying?
Just complaining a little bit about that move from George Russell, just saying he's losing pace a little bit at the moment. Not looking great for the Ferraris there. We have at least Charles Leclerc now in the points in P10 on a set of softs. He is currently 2.6 seconds off the back of Pierre Gasly in P9.
Yeah, so the Ferrari upgrades haven't seemed to have worked as well as the Mercedes upgrades. And similarly, the Aston Martin upgrades not really doing themselves a big favor for race pace. Alonso is in 6th, Stroll all the way down in 12th. But of course, the pit stops are all over the place. The strategy is currently in the middle of half of them. So we've got a very mixed up grid at the moment in the middle. And we'll start to see a change a lot with more pit stops.
In the pits at the moment, we have Zhou Guanyu coming in to serve his second pit stop of the day.
Yeah, as I say that, all these pit stops happening.
Yeah, someone there saying in the comment section, Zhou is on fire. Very, very good to see so many people joining in on our stream at the moment. 6,900 of you, so close to topping that 7,000 mark. We have, though, Max Verstappen currently leading the race with Lewis Hamilton 14 seconds behind the race leader. That is a massive interval at the moment between the Red Bull and the Mercedes. Then we also have the second Mercedes of George Russell in P3, a double Mercedes podium at the moment. Sergio Perez in P5, though, currently making his way up the grid a little bit. Will he be able to rain on that parade of Mercedes here today, Mark?
Perez is moving through the grid at a relatively leisurely pace, if I'm honest, compared to the likes of Russell, who moved up right into 3rd very, very quickly. But just noting a big battle in the midfield starting to form here. But I will go back to that. Yeah, Russell in 3rd. Sainz coming under pressure, I think, from Perez in about 5 laps' time. I reckon Perez will start to get close to Sainz. And that Ferrari really not working quite as well as it should today. But seeing that midfield battle there, it's got an Alfa Romeo, an Alpine, and the Haas there. As we do see DRS wide open. And a little glance there from Alex Albon on Bottas, I think it is. So, yeah, it could very much be something to watch for the next couple of laps and to monitor.
Yes, just some great scraps going on at the moment in the midfield. We have Bottas being told on the radio that he has some drivers coming up behind him to start fighting with him. It looks like he has Kevin Magnussen, I think it is, behind him. Yes, it is Kevin Magnussen, as Albon does dive into the pits for his second pit stop of the day. Alex Albon currently doing his pit stop. Let's just see how long it takes for the Williams team to change those tires on his car.
Yeah, and Albon hitting into the pits. Let's see what sort of time he gets there. But also great to see in the comments a lot of South Africans and people in generally around Africa. Great to see all of you guys here, and very much appreciate all of you tuning in. Just watching this battle just take place here from Hulkenberg on. Is it Hulken? No, sorry, Magnussen on Bottas. Yes. Sorry, Magnussen on Bottas. It's, oh my word, Magnussen getting very, very close. They're just having to divert a little bit and correct his car. And yeah, no, just chasing him down these kind of final corners here.
Yes, Magnussen having a bit of pace there in that Haas car. We do expect that car to have some pace. We saw how fast they were in qualifying, but still not able to get themselves any further up the grid. I mean, only sitting in 15th and 14th and 17th at the moment. Zhou and Bottas currently splitting those two drivers in 15th and 16th. We do have Nick de Vries currently in the pits, serving his second pit stop of the day.
And let's hope it's a good pit stop, as we do see the Alpine here of Ocon take Sonoda on the track there. So he moves into 11th place. So great overtake there from Esteban Ocon, who moves into 11th for the Alpine team. And another overtake now happening. It's Bottas and Magnussen. Magnussen gets past Bottas. Bottas tried to defend down the inside line, but Kevin Magnussen takes the outside, takes him into the first corner, and moves himself into 15th place. Bottas now dropping into 16th as a result. Norris now up into 17th place after starting all the way up in 3rd, unfortunately having damage in that first lap with Hamilton. Drops so far down the grid, and a very disappointing day, I'm sure, for him, and he's going to be very upset after this race. So just watching now a replay of Esteban Ocon making that overtake stick as he comes around that final bend. You can just see how close he tries to get and follow, and his DRS wide open, gets so close to the car in front of him, and just dives down the inside of the AlphaTauri.
I mean, he gets past him way before the braking zone there, just having so much pace there in that Alpine.
Yeah, and now just noting the interval here from Verstappen to Hamilton still sticks at around 15 seconds. Hamilton to Russell also about 9.7 seconds. But Perez slowly but surely gaining time on Russell's. We see quite a few cars now coming into the pits. Gasly in the pits as well as Piastri. They're both of them challenging for each other's positions. So this is very crucial. That's a quick pit stop, but it's a slow pit stop for Alpine there. But not a great pit stop for McLaren either, but slightly better. McLaren 3.1, Gasly 5 seconds. That's a slow pit stop there for Gasly. He's going to lose time on Piastri ahead of him.
Yeah, certainly not the greatest pit stop from either of them. They're still lucky to get out ahead of the rest of that traffic out there. But we do still have, unfortunately, that massive gap from Max Verstappen to Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton just having a little bit of a lonely race out there, unfortunately, today. He had a bit of excitement in the opening stages when he did have to get past Lando Norris and Carlos Sainz, but now just sitting pretty there in P2, just managing everything at the moment.
And a whole lot of comments coming in, guys. We really do appreciate them. We do try to read them as much as we can. Just lots of action happening on the track as well. Seeing some people just saying some great commentary from Emil, I say. Emil in Cape Town, thank you very much for that comment. And yeah, lots of people supporting Ferrari. Come on, Charles Leclerc, they're saying. And let's see how Charles Leclerc can fare. All the way up in 7th at the moment after starting right at the back of the grid and actually from the pits. So let's see if he can hold up and get some points today.
Yes. Just watching at the moment is that Gasly, who's fighting with the McLaren? Nick de Vries just fighting with Lando Norris at the moment, desperate to get past him. Lando Norris still not having great pace out there. Nick de Vries really breathing down the neck of Lando Norris, getting so close now, approaching that long DRS straight. Nick de Vries' wing open now. Lando Norris, I don't think will have DRS off of the car ahead of him, as now Nick de Vries just absolutely breezes past him.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic driving there from Nick de Vries. I think Norris's car has definitely got some damage, considering Piastri is somewhat competitive further up ahead of him. But Norris just really struggling out there, and really disappointing after having such a good qualifying session yesterday. So surprised he was, of course, coming in 3rd. Ferrari now boxing Sainz. Sainz coming into the pits, and this needs to be a very quick stop because they are coming under big pressure from Sergio Perez, who's now obviously going to move up into 4th position now. Sainz. Let's see what sort of pit stop he does as he moves into the...
They put him onto hards. Is that a good pit stop from them? 3.1, not bad. I mean, slow, but not terrible from the Ferraris. Will he come out ahead of his teammate Charles Leclerc? Yes, he will. Still quite a big gap all the way back to Charles Leclerc, 26 seconds off of the leader. Also being asked in the comment section who has the fastest lap at the moment. George Russell currently has that fastest lap of the race. he will get that extra 1 point for fastest lap of the day.
Yeah, and if you guys do look at the F1 timing board there to our left, or you guys on our left, on your left of your screens, you'll see the little purple icon next to somebody's name. That is who holds the fastest lap, and you can see it's right next to George Russell there, showing and indicating his fastest lap of the day so far. Pit lane here,
has also been brought into the pits, yes, as he now leaves it, still getting ahead of that traffic behind him. Very, very crucially, not losing too many places. He's only down in 14th now. Still not great for Charles Leclerc, but I think just trying another strategic decision here today from Ferrari. I don't know if they maybe could have kept him out on his last set of tires till the end of the race. So just getting him in the pits now. Very, very dark in the background. I wonder if we do still have a little bit of a threat of rain later in this race.
Yeah,
43 at the moment of 66.
Yeah, lots of black clouds there in the distance. However, this angle shows some light clouds, so it all depends on where those clouds are going to do. Are they going to pass over the racetrack? We don't know. Rain would certainly throw a massive spanner in the works here, as Verstappen's now on the radio. Reese is saying, okay, Max, thoughts on this tire? It says
not amazing. Let's see a few more laps. I'm struggling a lot under braking as the front tire is overheating. Not great from him at the moment. He is currently 15 seconds off of Lewis Hamilton, so he will have a bit of a gap. But if he does get out and goes into the pits, he will come out behind Lewis
So Reese, just an overtake here from the Alfa Romeo of Guan Yu Zhou on Hulkenberg. He makes it stick. Really, really, really good overtake there for Guan Yu Zhou, moving into now 10th position into the points ahead of the Haas of Hulkenberg.
Guan Yu Zhou is having a great race out here today.
Yeah, lots of overtakes from Guan Yu Zhou, and Magnussen now finds himself in the pit lane as well, all the way down into 17th position. Verstappen, quite interestingly, if he has to pit in the next couple of laps, Hamilton is right within distance of him when he should come out of the pits. So, you know...
Yes, he'll come out just behind Lewis Hamilton in front of George Russell, though. Certainly not great for the Red Bulls, but then, of course, Hamilton and Russell will still need to come in and box again for another set of tires before the end of the race.
Yeah, and I'm actually not even sure Hamilton would come out ahead of Verstappen. I think just behind him, because for all that year's 22 seconds, spent in the pit lane, of course, Hamilton still needs to race that 16 seconds around the track to get up to that point. So I think Verstappen does have a little bit of safety to come out ahead of Hamilton still in first place, but it will certainly make it a lot closer. And as you say, Hamilton does still need to pit at some point before the end of the race. So it's just whether or not they'll have some racing and what they do with each other if they do find themselves very close.
Yes, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Maybe Max Verstappen will come into the pits in the next few laps. Certainly seems like people are in a bit of a pitting stage at the moment. Quite a few cars did come into the pits there. I see another car in the pits at the moment, Nico Hulkenberg, coming in to serve his second pit stop of the day.
Yeah, and
lots of people currently upset with Ferrari in the comments, though, Mark.
Yeah, but Ferrari just clearly showing the upgrades aren't as effective as Mercedes have been. Mercedes really, really doing well. And I'm sure the Mercedes fans are going to be absolutely ecstatic with the current grid as they see it. Second and third, and of course, they still probably do need to pit. So does Perez, though. So if it currently stays like this, I think Mercedes fans will clearly be the most chuffed of the day.
Yes, Mercedes fans are certainly going to be very, very happy with the results here in Spain. I mean, coming from Monaco, where they weren't on the podium, they were in P4 and 5. At least now we have them on the podium, their first double podium of the season.
Heading into the final stages of this race, lap 45 of 66. Fernando Alonso now in the pits. Hopefully this is a good one. Not been a great race for Aston Martin in general. Stroll down in 7th. Aston Martin's Alonso now in the pits. Let's see
Not
how
a bad
quickly...
pit stop from him. 2.7 seconds. Very good pit stop time from him as he is now coming out of the pits. Who does he come out behind? He comes out behind Guan Yu. Yes.
Zhou Guan Yu now just ahead of... Alonso. So can Alonso hunt him down? Alonso's on hard tires, so he'll surely take these tires to the end of the race. And maybe he'll make an overtake happen. Maybe Aston Martin can take it right near the end here, but not been a fantastic race for them considering the rest of their season. James, they're just
Mercedes
in the comments.
Have just told Russell, box. So George Russell will be coming to the pits. He's putting on a set of soft tires. I can see the mechanics there holding those tires. So we do have another fastest lap from Kevin Magnussen.
Yeah, fantastic there. I just want to go back to comment here saying crazy from James. It's crazy how we haven't had a safety car for 2.5 races now.
Yes, very, very interesting that we haven't had a safety car for this race at all. Also very interesting, we haven't had any retirements so far in this race. No retirements, no yellow flags, no red flags. It's been quite a good race so far. Lots of action out on track, but very clean racing.
Just looking at the weather in the background there, it's really, really building with some very, very dark clouds. And I don't know if it's going to move over the circuit. You know, there wasn't any rain predicted for this race today, but those clouds are very, very dark in the distance there. Could Mercedes have boxed Russell onto soft to try and make sure that he gets very, very quick laps in here in case they do have to box again for Inters?
Yes, I mean, if they do have to box for Inters, that will be very interesting. I mean, we have about 19 laps left of this race. It will be very interesting if we do get that rain moving its way over circuit. I think Max Verstappen and Red Bull don't necessarily want to have to bring him in again for another stop if they are comfortable on those hards. Because if we do get some rain, that may just put a bit of a span into the works. Just watching the pit stop of Nico Hulkenberg, it looks like his jack just could not lift up the front of the car there. Not great.
But that's the second time today for Haas, because they had that issue earlier as well, I think.
Yes, certainly not great out there. I mean, we don't want to see cars being dropped onto their floor mid-race. It's not great for the driver, as well as it just lets that car drop so far back the grid.
Yeah, just looking at the pit stops here, the only drivers to have done a single pit stop, Verstappen, Hamilton and Perez. Russell and the rest of the grid have all done 2 stops, and Magnussen has done 3. So lots of pit stops happened today so far. Russell, the only one on soft tyres. Hamilton has just put in... just looking over here, I think they're just highlighting Hamilton. Sorry, this is who we're watching. That's what I thought I was going to say. It was the fastest lap. Not quite. But Hamilton doing very well in second place at the moment, only on 1 stop, and they don't look like they're going to be putting him anytime soon. Still 16.2 seconds behind Verstappen. That sort of distance has been kept throughout the entire race, pretty much.
Good note being pointed out here. Let me just see if I can find who sent that. Ricardo Ribeiro just saying, we will not have any Spanish drivers on the podium. Certainly very disappointing here. I mean, we had Carlos Sainz looking like he was given a podium here and now has fallen down all the way back to P5. The Spanish fans will certainly be a little bit upset with that.
Yeah, and speaking of Spanish fans, they're going to be watching Fernando Alonso, who's gaining time on Guan Yu Zhou, or Zhou Guan Yu, ahead of him in 9th. Alonso now within DRS range. The Spanish fans, all of them, a lot of them with wearing green caps and green hats for Aston Martin to support their home driver. DRS is wide open to try and catch the Alfa Romeo. And a new fastest lap has just been put in from George Russell.
Yes, George Russell is on a set of soft tyres at the moment, so we do expect him to be quite rapid out there on track. Very, very good lap time from him, a 1:18.05 seconds. That may be a new lap record around the Spanish circuit. We do have, though, I think that is Fernando Alonso getting very close to the back of Zhou Guan Yu. Yes, it is. Getting very close, going down the inside on that main straight, getting past him before that braking point. Way too easy from Fernando Alonso, who seems to be finding some pace out there at the moment.
Yeah, only moving into 9th position, however, and he does need to find 2 more places to try and make a little bit of gains on his qualifying session yesterday. Not been a great race for Aston Martin so far. Stroll in 6th, Alonso in 9th, and their main competitors, Mercedes, who are, of course, just 2 points behind them, or 1 point behind them in the Constructors' Championships, in 2nd and 4th, respectively, at the moment. Perez, though, and Verstappen still yet to pit, as well as Hamilton, but I'm just saying, noting Perez, of course, because Russell should come out ahead of Perez, and the 2 Mercs pretty much effectively sitting in 2nd and 3rd.
Hamilton should be pitting quite soon, you would expect. I don't know why they'd be leaving him out so soon. Yuki being asked on the radio if he needs... Oh, my word, Yuki once again just going absolutely mental there on the radio, being asked if he wants stability or rotation in his setup there, just not doing... Well, not giving his engineers any great feedback, just pretty much shouting at them on the radio, Mark.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't hear the radio, but it does just sum up Yuki Tsunoda, doesn't it, with regards to his radio performances. Not just watching Alonso again.
Tsunoda there so easily in the middle of that DRS straight, just getting past him yet again before that braking point even hits.
Yeah, Fernando Alonso now finding pace right at the end of this race. Maybe he can just make up more positions. His next car in line, of course, is Ocon, and that Alpine going to be a much more difficult overtake than Tsunoda or Zhou Guan Yu. So Stroll is way ahead of Ocon, but Alonso hopefully chasing down Ocon. Just 1 second between the 2 drivers.
We now have 16 laps left of this race. Currently on lap 50 of 66. Our current top 10 are Max Verstappen, Hamilton, Perez, George Russell, P4, Sainz, P5, Stroll, Ocon, Alonso, P8, Yuki Tsunoda, 9th, and Zhou in 10th. Russell on the radio. Just saying that he can catch Perez at this rate, but he needs to be allowed to turn his engine up. And when he must be doing it.
There's movement in the Red Bull pits. Movement in the Red Bull pits.
Yes,
I think this is going to be for Max Verstappen, possibly, who was complaining about his tyres about, 7 laps ago. So we're going to probably see a pit stop here. Verstappen should have a big enough gap to Hamilton to come out ahead of him. Charles Leclerc now fighting with Oscar Piastri all the way down to 12th and 13th. Will Charles Leclerc make use of DRS coming to the main straight? Just watching here, Alonso getting so close to the Alpine, not able to make the overtake stick this time, but that DRS wide open, and now he's really in the danger zone is Ocon. Alonso breathing down his neck. Hamilton now box.
Good question here from Jason Bed. Just saying, guessing the track temperature is pretty low if Russell's crew is expecting to get 20 good laps out of softs. Yes, it is quite cloudy here in Spain at the moment, not very high track temperature at all. So these softs seem to be lasting a lot longer than we expected, as Lewis Hamilton does pit for softs at the moment. Red Bull do call that pit stop from Hamilton as well and bring Sergio Perez in as well for softs.
Yeah, Perez now going onto the soft tyre. This is going to be a great little exchange now, because Russell's obviously on the soft tyre and he's going to come out ahead of Perez, as he does just go past him now. So Perez is going to come out of the pits behind Russell with a bit of distance. Might Perez come out behind Sainz? Sainz is really motoring up quickly, and this is not supposed to happen. Sainz, of course, oh my word.
Sorry, he doesn't actually.
Sainz has gone past Perez, and Perez now moving down into 5th. So Sainz on the... And Verstappen saying these hard tyres have no grip, just sliding everywhere. So I'm sure we're going to see Verstappen in the pits very soon.
Big move there. Fernando
Alonso, my word!
Ocon. My word, getting so close to those two. But Fernando Alonso making that move stick into turn 1. I think Esteban Ocon just did not expect him to make that move so early, as we now have Charles Leclerc also making a move down the inside of Oscar Piastri. Oscar Piastri just really getting out the way there for Charles Leclerc, not fighting with him too much. Lots of moves happening now at this stage of the race, lap 52 of 66.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic move there from Charles Leclerc on Piastri, just around the outside, in fact, of that first turn, which we've not seen too much of today. Alonso even better driving there, just watching another replay of that. He does make that move relatively early, just passes the start-finish line and moves down the inside, and then the Alpine tries to force him off, and Alonso is very brave and just keeps going and diving down that inside and eventually makes a stick. And almost into the pit lane there, Fernando Alonso.
Yeah, Fernando Alonso is very lucky no one was coming out of that pit lane exit. Otherwise, there would have been a massive crash. But very, very good move from Fernando Alonso. We're seeing a lot of those people all dressed in green rooting for Fernando Alonso out there today. Alonso is now behind his teammate Lance Stroll, 3.1 seconds off the back of him. I'm sure he'll be wanting to catch his teammate in this race. He has currently not been outperformed by his teammate in any race so far this season.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, Stroll the first time coming ahead of Alonso in qualifying yesterday. And could he finish ahead of his teammate in the race, as Reece says, for the first time? Lots of comments, and we have just hit 8,000 viewers.
In the pits, though. Max Verstappen in the pits. Not the fastest lap. Well, not the fastest pit from him. 2.6 seconds. Not bad, though. Sergio Perez had a 2.2 second stop a little bit earlier. Max Verstappen, though, should be very, very safe there. With a 39-second gap to Lewis Hamilton before that pit stop.
So just running through the tyres that everybody is currently on. Verstappen on softs after that pit stop. Hamilton on softs. Russell on softs. Sainz on hard tyres. Perez on softs. And Perez is hunting down Sainz. Of course, 1.3 seconds between them. Actually, less than a second now already. Sainz should fall behind Perez, unfortunately. Stroll, Alonso on hards. Ocon also on hards. Tsunoda on mediums. And Guan Yu Zhou on hards.
Yes, lots of different tyres out there at the moment. Yuki Tsunoda chasing down Esteban Ocon at the moment. I don't know if he will be able to catch him. Looks like we have Sergio Perez making a move on Carlos Sainz down into turn 1. Very, very easy work for Sergio Perez, though, getting past Charles Leclerc rather easily. Charles Leclerc, though, not Charles Leclerc, sorry, Carlos Sainz, though, trying to fight back on Sergio Perez, but just not having that pace at the moment.
Yeah, Ferrari just really struggling today in terms of their upgrades. Not quite working as well as Mercedes, clearly. Russell now only 4.8 seconds behind Hamilton, so not too far away as he was 9 seconds. So Russell really pushing there. And just watching a replay of Sergio Perez taking Sainz, and Sainz not even trying to defend, notably. Sergio Perez making very easy work of that. And I think it's because Sainz is on that hard tyre, he knows he's got no chance with Perez and softs.
Lots of people on the stream at the moment. Very, very happy to have you all alongside with us. Still a lot of movement happening down the grid. Carlos Sainz just being passed by Sergio Perez. Perez 8.5 seconds off of George Russell at the moment. He's got a little bit of work to do if he wants to get himself onto that podium. George Russell 4.8 seconds off the back of Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton, though, still with a massive gap to Max Verstappen, 16.5 seconds.
Almost just 12 laps left of the race in Spain. And Esteban Ocon and Yuki Tsunoda now battling for 8th. Yuki Tsunoda also driving quite well today. The two Asian drivers of Yuki Tsunoda and Guan Yu Zhou have done very well today so far. Lots of overtakes, lots of action with them. And Yuki Tsunoda now, DRS wide open on that main straight. And is he going to be able to take Esteban Ocon? He's not gaining too much speed as he now.
Still too far back, unfortunately.
Yeah, not quite an effective DRS as you've seen from Mercedes and Red Bull today. Mercedes DRS, I'm also just completely gobsmacked at how massively an advantage they can gain.
Yes, it's great that Mercedes are finally able to get some pace in their car and fight for the front of this, for front of a race at least, with both of those Mercedes currently on the
soft tyres.
Oh, I've just gone blank. Sorry, Mark.
No.
Yeah, they're both on softs at the moment. Yes, so they are chasing Verstappen, but not making any inroads on him at the moment. Currently losing a little bit of pace from Lewis Hamilton to Max Verstappen, dropping from 16.5 seconds to 16.8.
Yeah, Verstappen now
People
just
asking what happened to Lando Norris, though. Mark, would you like to let some people know what happened to Lando Norris?
Just one more reminder on Norris. Yeah, Norris unfortunately starting the race all the way up in the second row of the grid in 3rd position. Started relatively okay, but Hamilton had an even better start down in 4th and tried to take him into turn 1, and Norris unfortunately just clipped Hamilton's front right tyre and resulted in some damage to his front wing, which really slowed him down, and people just overtaking the whole lap, and he had to go and box, and hence he's down in 19th. I think damage still playing a little bit of a part in his race at the moment.
Yes, currently lap 55 of 66, just 11 laps left of this race as we are currently watching Zhou Guanyu making his way to turn 3, currently fighting with Yuki Tsunoda.
Yeah, sorry about that. Reece just breaking up slightly there, just confirming what he said. We've just got 11 laps left, actually indeed 10 laps here, and just say Yuki Tsunoda and Guan Yu Zhou starting to form a little bit of a battle there.
Fernando Alonso currently 2 seconds off of Lance Stroll. I wonder if he'll be able to make a move on Lance Stroll. As we see, Lando Norris now making his way past Logan Sargent there, finally making up some places down at the back of the grid.
Yeah, so Norris just doing a little bit of a late lunge on softs here. Everybody else around him is rocking in medium tyres and hard tyres. So only the very front of the grid, soft tyres on Verstappen, Hamilton, Russell, Perez, all on softs. The rest of the grid on hards and mediums, with the exception of Norris, who's also on softs. Yeah, as you say, Alonso is starting to gain on his teammate Lance Stroll, and Lance Stroll is not going to be very happy about that, as we keep talking about with regards to Lance Stroll. Not once this season finishing ahead of his teammate Fernando Alonso. Yesterday, first time he finished ahead of him in qualifying. He was hoping he'd do the same today in the race, but Fernando Alonso in these last few laps here, finding lots of paces. We do see a move made by Guan Yu Zhou on the outside of Yuki Tsunoda. Will he make it stick? It's going to be very close. Oh my word, he dives down. He has to give up. And yeah, very, very, very interesting racing there from the two Asian drivers.
Yes, Yuki Tsunoda just not backing out of that corner, and Zhou Guanyu just having to run down that escape road. 10 laps to go to the end of this race. Very, very exciting race, though. So far, Mark, it certainly has not let go the entire time, as we do watch that replay of Zhou Guanyu making that move on Pierre Gasly, on Yuki Tsunoda. Yuki Tsunoda just not backing out.
Yeah, Zhou makes a good point. He didn't give him space at all.
Yeah, just complaining on the radio saying he pushed me off, not being happy at that very dirty move from Yuki Tsunoda. There was still a little bit of a gap there, but yeah.
Yeah, somebody goes and comments that Japan 1, China 0. So we'll see how that battle fares. You know, in history, the battle is between Japan and China has always been a thing. So once again, we're seeing it here in F1. Guan Yu Zhou on Yuki Tsunoda. Zhou in 10th, Tsunoda in 9th. And great little battle forming there. And we've had a lot of very good midfield battles today. And also Russell moving all the way from 12th to 3rd. Is a fantastic story, of course. I think he might well be for driver of the day at the moment.
Yes, certainly. George Russell doing quite well at the moment. Sergio Perez, though, not far off the back of them, 5.8 seconds. I do not think he will be able to catch him in time, though, to get himself on that podium. But do not discount the Mexican driver just yet.
Indeed. And Alonso still just 1.9 seconds away from Stroll. So could we see that gap drop a little bit? He is forming a bit of a gap to Ocon behind him, which is good to see. At least the Aston Martins look fairly comfortable for 6th and 7th at the moment. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see that change, though. Perez, yeah, not necessarily catching Russell, as you say, Reese, but a fastest lap. Could that change very shortly?
Yes, I mean, we could see Max Verstappen just looking after these tyres at the moment, and then when he's on some very, very lean amounts of fuel at the end, he'll just go and put out a fastest lap. Hopefully, we will have to wait and see for that. But currently, Oscar Piastri and Nick de Vries fighting it out, making their way through turn 9 down the big DRS straight before turn 10. Still quite a bit of a gap between those two. But will we see Nick de Vries making a move now down this long DRS straight?
And once again, quite a few people just giving us some love, and we very much do appreciate it, guys. If you are enjoying the stream, be sure to just subscribe as well. Really show us the love. And if you guys are really feeling generous, be sure to go and maybe hit up a membership with Forever Sports. Lots of little fun benefits that you can get as being a member on the channel. And of course, turn on notifications so you can be told about all other future streams. We do all of the Formula 1 streams as well as a few other sports as well. Just seeing a battle here from Nick de Vries and Piastri for the position of 13th.
Having a little bit of oversteer there. Just look how dark it is, though, from his onboard camera. Just a good comment there again from Jason Baird saying Schumi dominance was boring. Hamilton dominance was also boring. Max dominance is boring too, but it is still great to see one of the greats at their peak. Certainly true. I mean, it does get boring when you see the driver just dominating the rest of the grid, but I mean, are we complaining watching a driver just in his absolute dominant era?
Yeah, I must say, Max Verstappen just showing that he is very, very much class. I mean, his teammate Sergio Perez not having the best qualifying session yesterday, but also notice Perez is in the same car, yet Max Verstappen so far out ahead of his teammate. And it just sort of shows the quality of such a racing driver in Max Verstappen. And black and white flags have been waved for Verstappen, though, for track limits, which is something just small to note. Even if he did get a 5-second penalty or otherwise, he's still very much safe. But yeah, black and white flags have been shown to the number 1 car.
Just being told on the radio, no risks are required. So stop going so wide on the track. Stop taking all these risks, because you will get a penalty if you have another track infringement penalty.
Speaking of, turn 1 incident involving cars 22 Sonoda and 24 Zhou noted forcing another driver off of the track. So interested to see what will happen with regards to that.
Yes, I don't know if we'll get just Alonso on the radio. Fernando Alonso just saying on the radio, tell Lance not to worry, I'm just trying to build a big gap to the cars behind.
I love how Fernando Alonso has been racing this season. It's like no care in the world. It's like, yeah, I could finish 6th ahead of Stroll. I should race, but like, nah, it's my teammate. You go ahead. I'm just like, no, not to worry. I'm just here, I'm just here for vibes at the moment.
Lots of people wanting Sergio Perez to catch up to Russell at the moment. We just have a little bit of a lull in activity. As I say that, though, we do have those two Aston Martins very, very close to each other, but they will not be fighting together. Fernando Alonso will just allow Lance Stroll to manage the rest of his race here today.
Although I'm interested to know whether or not that does happen. If Lance Stroll does slow down quite a bit and Fernando Alonso feels like he's losing pace, do you not feel Fernando Alonso will just say, oh, come, I'll go ahead of you and you can just tug along with the DRS?
Yes, possibly. I mean, if the cars behind them do start to catch them, but I mean, they still have such a big gap at the moment. Just watching Max Verstappen, our race leader, he currently has 18.6 seconds down to Lewis Hamilton. Just him on the radio yet again. Just asking at the moment, what is his fastest lap? So he will be wanting to take that fastest lap attempt at the moment. Just being reminded, though, that he does have black and white flags shown for 3 track infringement.
Oh, but sorry,
as we do have a Haas making a lunge on Lando Norris. It looks like we have Kevin Magnussen getting past Lando Norris there into turn one. Lando Norris still really struggling out there today.
Yeah, shame. Lando Norris not able to get ahead of Magnussen. I think it is that way around, isn't it? It's Lando Norris fighting Kevin Magnussen for 17th place. He's on softs, of course.
Magnussen
Norris
just got past him.
Magnussen just got past him. Sorry, yes. So yeah, it's on softs, Norris, but yeah, not able to keep that position there. No, is it? No. Lando Norris is making a move on Magnussen. Yeah.
Okay, so Lando tried to make a move and just was not able to make it stick, with Magnussen getting past him yet again. He got close in the braking point, but Magnussen just had that inside line and breezed past him yet again, just going onto the brakes a little bit later.
Yeah, very close to the end of this race here. And guys, thank you so much for streaming in, of course. We still got some action still to come. 5 laps to go. Verstappen has just set the fastest lap after asking what it was. So I think that's quite funny. We were just talking about it earlier. I was on the radio. And he's just set the fastest lap of the race. Perez now on the radio.
Perez being told to go all out now, all out. Also telling him to try. Yuki has been given a penalty.
Yes, Yuki has been given
an incident between himself and Zhou Guanyu. Yuki Tsunoda has been given a 5-second penalty for driving for another driver off the track.
Yeah, that's quite interesting there. Yuki Tsunoda not getting that penalty. You know, he's not going to be happy about that on the radio when he gets told. He's going to be very upset with life, I'm sure, as we know Yuki Tsunoda
I'm just
does.
waiting for him to have a big moment on the radio yet again. I'm sure we will be showing that very soon. Max Verstappen, though, ever increasing his lead. 19 seconds now between himself and Lewis Hamilton. George Russell then 8.7 seconds off the back of Lewis Hamilton. And then Sergio Perez 5 seconds off the back of Russell. Yeah,
it doesn't look like Perez is going to catch Russell, but I do note, quite interesting there, the engineers. I don't know if they're telling Russell to motor now to try and catch, the engineers telling Perez to try and catch Russell, or whether or not Max Verstappen just set the fastest time, and then they tell him, all out now, all out now. Do they maybe want Perez to have the fastest lap?
Max Verstappen being told, okay, now you can bring it home within the white lines. Max Verstappen's comment to that, yeah. I mean, just kind of like, leave me alone. I've done my race pretty well up until this point. I don't think I need your backseat driving.
Yeah. Verstappen going and getting his fastest lap time, and he's quite happy with life now. But again, I'm sure they don't mean the Red Bull engineers to go and tell Perez to motor, try and get a fast lap away from Verstappen. But I'm sure they mean it for Russell. But just funny the timing of that. Verstappen sets the fastest lap, and almost immediately Perez gets a radio call and says, you need to motor, you need to go quickly.
We have now passed 9,000 people watching us live. Thank you very, very much for joining here on our channel today. We currently have 3 laps left of this race here in Spain. Certainly great to have all of you alongside with us. Please do like and subscribe to our channel and drop us a comment. Also vote in our poll. We will be changing that very shortly, won't we, Mark? We will
go with driver of the day very shortly. Yeah, but just wanted to note one small thing that's starting to develop here is Charles Leclerc right at the end of this is coming very close to Gasly in 11th. He's within DRS range, and with Tsunoda having that 5-second penalty, Leclerc could be in the points potentially if he can just get quickly around Gasly, and maybe within that distance there he could take Tsunoda. Of course, is going to serve that 5-second penalty after the race. It's going to be given against his time. So could Leclerc finish in the points and move into 10th as a result of that penalty? Can he get past Gasly right before the end of this? That's who we're going to really be watching.
Yes, I mean, we'll have to see what Charles Leclerc can do. He is currently 0.6 seconds off the back of Gasly. He will be wanting to get past just in case he is able to benefit from that time penalty from Yuki Tsunoda. Yuki Tsunoda, of course, got that 5-second time penalty for causing a collision with, I think it was Zhou Guanyu, as we are seeing Max Verstappen just bouncing out the way, or just darting out of the way of traffic there at the moment. Charles Leclerc currently in P12, chasing down Pierre Gasly. We do have that poll now ended. Just reading the completed poll there. Max Verstappen, well, the question was, who will take the win in Spain? Max Verstappen taking 65% of those votes there. Lewis Hamilton with 19%, Sainz with 10%, and Fernando Alonso with 4%. 7,000 votes, though, in that poll. Thank you very much for participating in that poll. We have our second one up now. Who is driver of the day? Russell, Verstappen, or Lewis Hamilton?
Yeah, I'm not going to give my thoughts yet. I want to let everybody else go and have votes before I go and give my opinion on that. But we do see now Charles Leclerc getting very, very close to that Alpine of Gasly. Can he make it stick? And could he move into the points out of nowhere? And Charles Leclerc, of course, in 12th. Very close to Gasly. He'll probably take him on the main straight now as they come towards the final parts of this track here, coming up towards that DRS zone, I think it is now. Yeah, let's see how Charles Leclerc can fare. He gets the DRS wide open. Will he make a move on Pierre Gasly now? He won't necessarily get close enough quite yet, but so close now, moving into that final sector. Yeah, you can just see there Gasly went a little bit wide, as did Charles Leclerc. Can Charles Leclerc take Gasly on the main straight now as it comes towards the final turn? If he does, he could move into 10th because of Tsunoda's penalty, which will be given to him after the race.
Coming up now to our last lap. We're on lap 65 of 66, so still 2 laps left to go, but Max Verstappen will be crossing the line very soon. As I say that he does, and we are starting our final lap here in Spain.
Unfortunately, I don't think Leclerc's going to get past Gasly, but can he get within 5 seconds of Tsunoda to move into 11th? Not going to matter for points. He really needs to try and get past Gasly before the end of this lap.
I think
really
he is
crucial.
Within 5 seconds at the moment. It is very crucial, though, for him to stay as close to Pierre Gasly as possible if he does want to get a taste of the points here.
No, he needs to get ahead of Gasly because
he
he's
needs
only
to get ahead
12.
of Gasly. Sorry, he needs to get ahead of Gasly if he wants to get into the points. Very, very crucial now in these last stages of the race.
Indeed, and just one driver I forgot to add to the poll there because it's just flown on the radar for me was actually Perez for some reason. I'm just going to go and maybe see if I can edit that. No, I can't quite. Anyway, we'll run the poll again just
Max
so we can...
Verstappen is coming, though, through the final sector now to finish up his Spanish Grand Prix. Still a massive gap, though, from him to Lewis Hamilton. 23.4 seconds between those two drivers. Lewis Hamilton now coming down the last 3 corners, now making his way down through turn 13 and 14 and down that maiden straight. Max Verstappen, though, takes the win here in Spain. Once again, taking another win this season, just ever extending his gap in the points for the Drivers' Championship at the moment.
Fantastic driving there from the Red Bull driver, Verstappen, and Red Bull's done very well today with Perez down in 4th after starting in 11th, so great drive from him. But Hamilton now coming towards the final corner, the first time he's on podium in ages. Lewis Hamilton will finish in 2nd place with his teammate Russell behind him in 3rd. A great day for Mercedes, certainly the winners of the day. Mercedes, Hamilton comes across the line. He is chuffed as anything. So is Toto Wolff. Really chuffed. I think they can see their upgrades finally working. And Russell also crosses the line in 3rd position. A fantastic day for Mercedes. Here comes Perez across the line as well. Red Bull also finishing 1st and 4th. Perez, great drive from him. And he should actually be in the poll there. I do apologize. But anyway, I'm sure Russell probably winning drive of the day at the moment. No, it's Hamilton at the moment with 33% of the votes. And Lance Stroll and Fernando Alonso do cross in 6th and 7th as they come across here. And interestingly there, Alonso was waving to the crowd before he's even finished his lap.
Yes, great day out for Fernando Alonso, having a bit of a recovery after finishing qualifying in P8 yesterday. Still not the most dominant day out there on track today, seeming to fall back from those Mercedes and the Ferrari, of course, of Carlos Sainz, who's in 5th. Brilliant day, though, for those two Mercedes having a double podium here. First double podium for Mercedes in quite some time. Max Verstappen, though, the winner of the Spanish Grand Prix, currently on the radio being congratulated by his team. Just saying, very good race that. Mega race, though, here today. It was certainly very exciting to watch. We had a lot of on-track action, a lot of midfield battles. Certainly made our race worth watching here today.
Indeed. And just to finalize the results there for all of you sitting at home or wherever you are, Verstappen wins the Spanish Grand Prix. Hamilton and Russell in 2nd and 3rd on the podium. Perez in 4th. Sainz in 5th. Stroll and Alonso, the Aston Martins, in 6th and 7th. Ocon in 8th. Zhou Guanyu in 9th. Gasly in 10th. Leclerc 11th. Tsunoda in 12th as a result of that time penalty he got given near the end. Piastri in 13. De Vries 14. Hulkenberg 15. Alex Albon in 16. Lando Norris 17. Kevin Magnussen 18. Valtteri Bottas 19. Logan Sargent 20.
Lewis Hamilton on the radio as well, just being told an awesome drive from his engineer there. Certainly a very, very good race from Lewis Hamilton, getting Formula One's driver of the day.
And he also gets our driver of the day, by the way, with our voting. Yes. So driver of the day goes to Lewis Hamilton with our vote at 34%.
Yes, someone there just saying in the comment section, FaZe, saying no safety cars, no DNFs. Best race of 2023. Certainly has been so far. Hopefully, this will set a bit of a precedent for the rest of the races this season. We certainly hope to see quite a lot of action out on track. We don't want to see one car getting away with the race win like we did see, though, today. We want to see some fighting for that front space. Max Verstappen, though, just on another league to everyone else out there at the moment. I saw a comment there in the comment section saying Max Verstappen is racing in Formula 0 while everyone else is racing in Formula 1.
Indeed. Max Verstappen winning the Spanish Grand Prix, but the Mercedes showing that they could be challenging the Red Bulls very, very soon. Everybody, we are going to head across to a live review of the Grand Prix, so be sure to stick around and follow the link. Well, that's going to be set up. You're going to be taken straight to our live review there, and we're going to be ranking and rating everything that happens with some polls and stuff about the Grand Prix, so be sure to stick around. But otherwise, thank you guys so much for watching Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. I've been Mark, Reese has been Reese. We're going to see you right now for the live race review. Max Verstappen wins the Spanish Grand Prix. Thank you guys so much for watching. Goodbye.